Dais. So colleagues in the city of Memphis, good morning, and we welcome you to the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council, Tuesday, September 9th. Clock's not on. Ms. Edgar Bernat, can you please call the roll at 8:11 a.m.?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on today's committee is a resolution requesting that Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris convene a meeting of stakeholders to discuss the planned rebuild of Regional 1 Hospital. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. To the maker of the resolution, I turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I have been working, trying to get a meeting between the stakeholders. It includes Region 1, Methodist, Baptist, the University of Tennessee, multiple doctor groups, and other major stakeholders, business people, to look and see what's going on as far as Region 1 spending $2 billion to construct a new hospital. There's no doubt in my mind that is the best thing in the world if all you were looking at is Region 1. But we have multiple other needs in our city, and the needs that we have include how we're going to fix our jail, what we're going to do as far as our school system, all the deferred maintenance there. And, you know, the $67 million is getting ready to be spent on architecture and engineering fees as of October 1st. And I've been working on this for probably 5 months, and I went to the county commission and asked them to please hold and ask the mayor to convene this meeting. This has been requested by me and other business leaders and other people in the community of the mayor, and it's sort of been delayed. And now they're getting ready to spend $67 million on architectural fees and engineering as of October 1. So this is a time-sensitive matter to ask them to please delay spending that money until there's a stakeholder meeting and we can look and see if it may not be better for our city to figure out how we move the functions of Regional 1 some way into the Memphis University Hospital. The Shorb Hospital, I think, is like 4 years old. It's just been built, got a very nice new facility there, plus a lot of capacity that we could spend as a community much less money and have what we need. I'm looking at trying to see how we develop a tertiary care center, which is a referral base for our university. We do not have that. We're the only state in the union with a state medical school that doesn't have its own tertiary or quaternary care center. So I'm hoping that what happens is through these discussions, we figure out a way how we can economically do that in a way that all the hospital systems benefit, but also that every citizen benefits and we don't waste money that we don't have to, that we need to spend other places. When I went to the county commission to ask them about this, the comment to me was, why should we listen to you, Dr. Warren? You're only one person. Where is your counsel? We want your counsel to speak on this. So I'm bringing this to you guys so I can take this resolution and we can ask them to pause until we can have this meeting and look and see if it may not be a better idea as far as community funds are concerned to spend that money redoing Memphis University, moving those functions of Region 1, and determining what that institution is going to look like and who runs it and all that as we go forward. So I appreciate this, and I'm glad to answer any questions, but I think it's reasonable based on where we are as a community, particularly with what's going to be happening in the Medicaid rates and how that's going to affect hospital viability, that we need to look and see if we can ask them to pause and do this study. I think it's going to be best for Memphis. So as we're looking at this, it may be best for Region 1 to have a brand new hospital, but the question is what's best for our whole community with all the competing demands that we have. And I think as a governmental body, it's our responsibility to ask the county commission to please put a pause on this until further work can be looked into. This can be looked into further. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Please let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So just to get some clarity, Dr. Warren, you are requesting that both bodies of government and other entities that plays in a very important role as far as healthcare get together before the $67 million is spent and all the stakeholders come together. So the stakeholders have not done that. That's the question that I have.
That has not been done. We've been asking for this. I've had business leaders, other doctors that are leaders in our community have requested from Mayor Harris to please have this meeting and to not rush this through. And it's sort of been delayed. We've not had that meeting. I think it's really important that people get together and talk about this before we commit. We've already spent $30 million on a $3 million piece of property. And as my understanding that the state is not planning on spending any money. They're not planning on giving money to this. Major donors in the city feel like they have not been part of this conversation. I don't think you'll be seeing money from the usual philanthropic groups that would be paying extra for this. And I think delaying it and looking at alternatives is the best thing for our community.
So when you use the word delay, you're just asking for the opportunity to get all the stakeholders and you all just sit at the table, have a conversation on the best way, because we know we do have a need for a hospital and we know how healthcare and what it looks like now as a whole in our climate and what's happening across these United States of America. But however, your question and what you're asking today is that you're asking them to pause to hold a stakeholders meeting with all of them, some of the major players, to see if you can come out with another plan and transitioning to an empty space over there at Methodist University.
Yes, ma'am. There are multiple empty spaces within that hospital that could actually provide the services that are being done at Regional 1. The question is you need to pause, do a study to see how that would work, how much money that would cost. You know, is this a better use of capital? That I think could be done in 2 to 3 months. You know, we don't spend this money now. We do this study and then see if that's a better use of public funds and opens up extra funding. Because right now, I think they're planning on paying for this with the wheel tax, and they've already spent the wheel tax for this year. So, and you know, they've committed $500 million over 10 years to pay for it. But the issue is it's a $2 billion process, and you're going to have to pay for that up front.
Okay.
So I think that as we look at this, pausing makes sense, particularly because I don't think the community understands that there are other alternatives.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me some clarity on your ask for the pause and your why behind the pause. So thank you, Dr. Warren. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, we've been joined by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Anybody else in the queue before I go to my questions? Councilwoman Walker.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation, Councilman Warren. And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton mentioned something about the coming together. So for clarity, your ask was, had they come together already? And that's no?
It's no, and it's no. And we've been trying to, I've been working behind the scenes, asking the mayor, trying to get this idea to where we look at it. And it's just been a big blank wall, and the answer has been no. When I went to ask the county commission to pause this, their comment to me was, why should we listen to you, Dr. Warren? Your council has not spoken. And I think what I'm asking us to do as a council is to ask them to pause this process, not spend $67 million, and get this group together to look at it, because we're going to have $200 million in the ground, and we're not going to have state funding, and we're not going to have, local funding to do this. And I'm worried that we're going to be wasting money that will make us look bad in the state's eye, because the state is not planning on helping us with this, and that would be necessary for us to pull this off.
So is that, as far as the support from the state, and if we don't have that, you say it's necessary for us to pull this out. So if we don't have support from the state, what does this project look like?
Well, it looks like the county is going to have to pay the $1.9 billion to build this facility, which means, it's going to be more taxes that will be put on the community. And, you've already got the Baptist and the Methodist system that are saying we don't need this facility, and they're lobbying in the state not to have funds come this way. You've got a new medical school that's coming in. Okay, that's going to happen. It looks like we're going to spend $300 million, $400 million to put a new medical school in. And if we could convert the Methodist University Hospital into a tertiary care center, we would actually have a tertiary care center for that. And it's available. I think it's less expensive, and it frees up money the county needs to be spending on other things. So what I'm asking us to do is to just ask them to pause and have a meeting. Waiting 90 days, 120 days to get the data in and look and see what it would look like is prudent, and rushing ahead is just trying to make it happen and force it when there are alternatives available.
Okay, I thought I had something else. So these parties that you're wanting to come together, have they ever come together like this for anything before?
I don't think we've ever had anything specifically like this, so the specific parties will not have come together. But as far as major community investments, I think you look at the FedEx Forum. When that came about, that was a partnership of local governments and local business communities. So that may be the closest thing, because that was a big spend, and this is 4 times that cost.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And I just have one final question. So if this moves forward with the pause and all the players that you've requested don't come to the table, what would that look like? What would that mean?
I think everyone will probably come to the table, but if anyone doesn't come to the table, then they won't have a voice in what happens. But I think the issue that you're going to have is, will they pause? Okay, we're asking them to do that. We're letting the public know what's going on, because if you look at this sort of went through Region 1 planning, through a healthcare committee at the county, and it was voted on. But did you know this was being voted on? Did you have any information about it before it was a fait accompli? So my question is, it seems reasonable for the other governmental body, when we're spending $1.9 billion in the middle of Memphis, for us to at least comment on that and have some idea that it's going on. So I'm hoping that what occurs is we send a message that we politely, at their request, ask them to pause this process and not spend more money, because we've already spent, as I said, $30 million buying a piece of property that sold 2 years before for $3 million.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Also, we've been joined by Councilman Ford Sr. Good morning. If there are no other people in the queue, the only questions I have for us, Councilman Dr. Warren, is is there a way that how you can let us as colleagues know that your efforts to communicate haven't been accepted? Is there, just to ask?
I have been on TV, okay? I have been with letters. I've had meetings with the chief of staff of the county, Mr. Collins. And, you know, there have been multiple other groups and people that have asked for this. So it's not the first time that this has come to the attention of the county leadership. It's just they haven't done it. And so what I'm hoping will happen is this will at least put some pressure on them to consider doing this, because I think when the public hears what's going on, they're going to say, what is wrong with looking at a way that you could spend less money and get a similar solution that may actually be better? So I'm hoping that by doing this and asking for this, they'll consider it. Do we have any legal authority to tell them what to do? No, we're not. We're asking as another governmental body to please pause this process and proceed and look at alternatives that you have not looked at yet. And that's all we're asking for now. So, and since this is time sensitive, they're getting ready to spend that $67 million that did not go to the sheriff for his employee that he had asked for. If we could possibly pause this and then do this study, then I think we would be doing service for the community. So I have been asking for quite some time. This is not new. No one can say they didn't know about it.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Also, I am so sorry to forget about Councilman Spinoza, who's here, as well as Councilwoman Logan.
Madam Chair, since this is time
move.
sensitive, could we have this as same night minutes?
So two things on that, Councilman Warren. So without objection, we'll add this to same night minutes, but just in accordance with getting a fuller conversation with our colleagues, I move that we send this down without a recommendation for same night minutes. Is that okay with you?
I think if we send it down with a recommendation and we vote today, that would be a good thing, because we've got it going down with a recommendation. But I think we need discussion on it when we get down there.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's why I say without a recommendation, so that it can warrant more robust discussion. So we can make sure that we have a timely committee today, and that your item gets the time and discussion that it needs.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fine with you? Any objection from the? Okay. So we're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor of sending this item down with same night minutes without a recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it.
Have a roll call.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford. I'm here. And Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you, colleagues. We have 5 items on our agenda today, and we're going to begin with item number 1, a resolution to approve the appropriations of funds of $1.2 million for FY26 CIP Ottoman Park Splash Pad, project number PK 04021, contract construction, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Could I please have a motion for approval? Moved by Washington, seconded by Ford. We now are turning the program over to Director Bolton. Name and address for the record, sir.
Good morning, Director Justice Bolden, 2599 Avery Avenue. So the Audubon Splash Pad will be the 8th in our park system. The previous 7 are Whitehaven, David Carnes, Peabody, McFarland, Orange Mound, Hollywood, and Douglas. And so this project's design is about 98% done, and we're looking at going out to bid around November with construction start in March and completion in May of 2026.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair is also aye. That passes. Okay, item number 2 is a resolution to approve the appropriations of funds of $1.5 million for Brooks Museum FY 2026 CIP project number PK 24106, contract construction, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. There is a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen-Washington. Director, you have the floor.
Yes, so the Brooks Museum is a total of $180 million project, of which the city had a $20 million commitment. This is the final $1.5 million of that commitment, and construction is set to complete roughly about a year from now, and so that's where we are now.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair is an aye. That motion passes. Item number 3 is a resolution to appropriate $500,000 in tenant major maintenance, FY26 CIP project number PK 03004, contract construction, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration, moved by Ford, second by Swearingen-Washington, and we are joined by Cooper Sutton. Director, you have the floor.
Yes, so these funds will be used towards the resurfacing of the 6 courts at Wolbert Tennis Center, and also we're looking at resurfacing 2 of the 8 tennis courts at Singleton Tennis Center for our first pickleball courts, dedicated pickleball courts in Memphis. And so the ultimate plan for that location is 12 pickleball courts and 4 tennis courts.
I don't know if we have any council members that are just so pro tennis that pickleball scares them, but we're going to call on Cooper Sutton. You may have a question here.
Thank you. So the Singleton. All right. So you're going to get pickleball. Now, make sure y'all don't forget about my Bellevue over there. Don't you worry about it.
No, we're working on Bellevue.
I don't need. I thank you for you're working on it, but we need to see some movement, and we need to know that, you know.
Councilwoman, one of the things I discussed with Director Bolton was bringing us back sort of a little bit of a plan and when things are going to be coming down based on their planning in the department. So maybe he'll have a little bit more information for you next meeting.
Yes. And so this money is going toward Wolbert?
Correct, as well as Singleton.
Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have any other questions right now.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Thank you. I would like to have that on the committee for the next meeting, the update with Bellevue Tennis Center, because we've done a tour and we've promised those parents and allocated funds, and we need to have some movement to see what is the progress, what is the plan, what are we doing to make sure that they know that we are fulfilling our promises.
we will indeed bring that back next meeting.
Thank you, Director. Yes, Councilman Espinosa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to that conversation too. I want to thank you all for all the work that you do around town with the tennis community. We've had so many people in town the last 3 months. I don't know how many millions of dollars of revenue it's generated, but a huge sport for the city, a huge sport for the kids, and I look forward to that update in 2 weeks, we said, Mr. Chair. And then thank you for all the work we're doing at Leftwich as well. So thanks.
Thank you.
That being said, no further questions. All those in favor, please say aye. The chair is an aye. That motion passes. Item number 4 is a resolution to approve the appropriations of funds of $1.5 million for Wolf River Greenway Phases 3 and 5C FY 2026 CIP project number PK07127, contract construction architecture engineering districts 27 and super districts 8 and 9, sponsored by administration, moved by Ford and seconded by Swearingen Washington. Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Director, you have the floor.
Yes, so these funds, the appropriation of these funds, $1.5 million, will allow us to address some erosion that we're experiencing over in Phase 3, which is on the riverbank just across from Shelby Farms. Additionally, the Phase 5C is the area along Evergreen to McLean, and so that is about 1,200 feet in length along Chelsea Avenue next to the next to their property, and so that's a part of the Chelsea Green Line.
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Chair is also an aye. Okay, and our last item, colleagues, is a resolution to approve the appropriations funds of $250,000 for Memphis Zoo. Project number, FY 2026 CIP project number PK09002, contract construction, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration, moved by Spinoza and seconded by Ford. Sir.
Okay, so this next item, the $250,000 appropriation of funds for the Memphis Zoo will allow us to complete several maintenance projects around gate installations, repaving, zip line, amphitheater rides, and as well as some pipes at the splash pad.
Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for the
Good morning.
request presentation. The 250, was this in the budget?
Yes, these funds were adopted. We're simply appropriating the funds.
Okay. How much I can't recall, but how much was budgeted for maintenance in these types of projects? Or is this a part of the new paving project?
Marsha Allen, 2599 Avery. So for the zoo, all we had budgeted was $250,000 in parks. The paving project that we talked about a little while ago, that was an old project that there was funds in. So we did assign it to the zoo. And if you've been to the zoo lately, that paving project is definitely underway and it is looking really nice out there. So this is just to continue that paving and some other maintenance things, but all we budgeted this year was $250,000 for major maintenance.
Okay.
For
Do
the
you
zoo.
foresee having to come for any more this year?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Walker. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair's an aye. I have it. And do we have any further business? If not,
Yes,
yes, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
yes. And when they come back in 2 weeks, I would like an update on MLK. Yes, ma'am. Like an update on the funding that Councilman Ford alluded to about the funds that comes from Valara, and want to know what has it been used for, and the status update on the restrooms and the other, the pavilion and other things that were discussed. We'd need to get an update on that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I
ma-
yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilman Ford.
I think I raised enough hell last time we were here pertaining to that. I want to thank y'all because, hey, they went over there. They enjoyed themselves. The bathrooms are fine. All these different things. They took care of business. I'm old.
Don't say that.
No, I'm 70 years old. And hey, I'm going to be black today. Okay, I'm just going to be honest.
Are you
because
making me
somebody
older?
has called me out and I'm going to be a 10 today. That nigga. That's what I'm going to be with somebody that's going to come up here today. I'm going to be that today with her. Okay? I'm not scared of nobody or anything else. I'm here day by day. I don't have to be here. I'm here day by day, but I don't want no snake in the grass talking bull. That day over. She needs to get her hat and broom and fly the hell back where she come from. I'm serious today. Lying butt. She's the lyingest person I ever seen. But they took care, they took care of their business, and hey, everybody over there, that's the Carver thing, and they really enjoyed it, and they called me, and everybody was so very happy. I appreciate that so much with y'all, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Yes, Miss Allen.
I just wanted to make sure that we had number 2 for same night minutes. I didn't hear it said.
It was, I read that, I think.
Okay.
Request for same night minutes. So
All
it
right,
went
cool.
through that way.
I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Sutton. And Chair Logan. And Councilwoman White.
All right, colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. It's a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate FY '26 revenue up to the amount of $25,000 for funds received from participants in the Division of Housing and Community Development's Down Payment Assistance Program who did not meet the affordability criteria. All council districts sponsored by administration. Can I have a motion and second? Okay, it was moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. And you, if you give us your name and address, you have the floor, Director.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development. Good to see y'all, 170 North Main. So this is a part of our down payment assistance program where our program is actually a forgivable loan. You are required to live in the house for 5 years. And these individuals would have moved out before they met their full 5-year affordability period. So they do have to pay a portion of those funds back. We're essentially asking council to accept those funds back into FY '26.
Are there any questions or comments? Seeing there are none, we will take a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item passes. Is there any other business before this committee? All right, this committee is adjourned. Thank you. Stay on track.
facility upgrades. And the outfitting of mass animal control van, CIP GAO 01036, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration.
Second, same like minutes.
All right.
Moved by Ford. Second by Dr.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer.
Julius Muse, Deputy Chief Operating Officer.
We're here before you to request the appropriation of an allocation that was passed in the budget season. This, the $500,000 will be split between a lot of the major modifications, deferred maintenance at the current animal shelter, and then of course we will reallocate some of that funding to actually procure a service van. So we have one van, which is the spay and neuter van that's actually coming in this year. And so then we want to actually take the other service vans and start replacing those.
Are there any council members in the queue for any questions? Thank you. I have a few questions, maybe just one. So this was already appropriated in the budget, in our budget.
Yes, ma'am. You all allocated this and approved this in the budget, and we're just coming with asking for permission to spend.
Wonderful. So this is for a service van and facility upgrades. I'm here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you all come back, or you can just email me, could you email me the list of upgrades that need to be upgraded at the facility? I would just like to see that, where we are and where it stands. Since we're under new management, we have a new director that's over there, and want to make sure. So far, we haven't had much noise, which is good, and I'm grateful to hear that things are looking upward. And so, thank you for that. I just look forward to getting that email.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any other comments? Okay. If not, we adjourn.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Oh, well. All in favor?
Aye.
Look like the ayes have it. No objection and no oppose. I'm
Now
trying to be
adjourn.
obedient.
All right,
Now
good.
we adjourn.
and it is 9:16. I hereby call the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Golden, can you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Green.
Present. Chair sees a quorum. Item number 1 is a resolution to appropriate $500,000 to the CIP project IT 01001, desktop and application infrastructure, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Who from the administration will be speaking? Oh, thanks. Moved by Espinosa, seconded by Warren.
That was moved by Ford.
Sorry. Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Please proceed.
Antonio Adams. Is this coming out of the mic? Okay. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer of the City of Memphis. Again, this is a request for an appropriation of dollars that were allocated and approved in this year's budget. IT will be moving forward with their list of projects, I think desktop applications, which is to replace a lot of the software, and then continuing their work in other areas like 311 in the Treasury office.
I know that we're excited for any updates in 311. So are there any council members in the queue? Okay, seeing none, can we take this to a vote? Oh, okay.
Did you say this was for updates in 311?
So this would include the updates in 311. So there was quite a bit of CIP funding that was allocated to IT. And so what they're asking now is to start the approval process. It may not necessarily buy the new application for 311, but it will work with, I think, the presentation that you all received a couple of weeks ago, where we are now streamlining all our work processes so that it's fed into one portal. And so I do know that they're doing that work, and we hope to have that complete by the end of the year so that we can move forward with software purchases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. And let the record reflect, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has joined us. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2 is a resolution to appropriate $500,000 to CIP project IT 01002, cybersecurity infrastructure upgrade, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Moved by Ford. Second. I'm sorry. Y'all are just down there. Second by Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington. Who from the administration is going to speak on this item?
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. I think the caption is self-explanatory. This is to appropriate funding that will help us continue to bolster our network and to kind of stave off any outside attacks into our system. So we're asking for the appropriation of that.
Are there any?
He just sounded like a cybersecurity expert. I think we should vote on this immediately. Fantastic job, Chief.
I do have one. Yeah, great. I have one question,
Yes,
Chief Adams. So these are round numbers, and round numbers always make me suspicious. But is there a specific group that we're working with, and this is like a payment on that, or?
So what I can do, I don't have those details. I can bring back to you all the details of how the money, the breakdown of where the money is going to be spent, or where we anticipate. If there's a procurement process, we may not have the specific vendor, but we can at least give you the estimated amount that we would be willing to spend or able to spend on those particular vendors.
Great.
Okay.
That'd be wonderful, and you can just email that. I just want to be a good steward of the taxpayers' dollars and make sure that we are, $500,000.
Understood.
But cybersecurity is obviously incredibly important in this day and age. Did you have a question?
No, I was just asking if he had already stated like that they were budget neutral.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go Go ahead.
Okay. So we had a lot of presentation during the budget season, and I see here now you're beginning to appropriate, requesting the money so you can get started on those projects. When we did, and I'm going to always go back to that because it was very concise, when we got ready to purchase Sheraton, there were a lot of infographics that told the timeline, who's going to do what, and how we're going to do it. I would like to see those. I thought that was very helpful and it kind of spelled it out as long as we stick to it, but I would like to see those, especially for the cybersecurity and the 311, that the whole upgrade of that system and all of that, because we're spending quite a bit of money, but the whole upgrade would be great for us to see your plan so we don't have to keep asking you, questions and things like that. If we see the entire plan, like y'all did that infographic, I think it would help us to be in sync with you all more so.
Yes, ma'am. We can get you that, and then it is our intent and plan to move forward to provide you all more frequent updates as we move along. We know that a lot of times we get money appropriated, we take it back, and then you don't see anything until the completion. And so we will be more intentional with respect to communicating and keeping you informed as how the project goes. One of the issues, when I'm not saying a bad issue or in a bad way, is the procurement process. Once we get the procurement process underway and we get that complete, we can get you a more defined schedule as to purchase, implementation, and then testing.
Yeah, that way when you come back, you can, if there are any changes, we'll have the whole picture, start to finish timelines, benchmarks, milestones. And if there are changes, you can come back and share, hey, this change, this is how it's going to impact the project.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I love that Spinoza said, let's vote on it. Now people have questions. Okay, Councilwoman White.
Thank you. I too was impressed, Chief Adams. The implementation, modernization, $2 million, is that entire amount for 311 modernization?
No, I don't believe that it's for the entire amount. If I recall specifically, the breakdown for 311 this year was about $500,000, but there are other systems. I think we have to complete the Treasury upgrade. Then there is a look at the Oracle system itself. Our business platform needs upgrading as well. So I think those three that I recall, and I'll make sure that I get those to you as well.
And can you also, when you provide that, it may kind of be intuitive from what Councilwoman Logan requested. I want to understand and see exactly what gaps the modernization will be filling.
Yes, ma'am.
Or what spaces and things that it's going to improve or we anticipate it's going to improve and why. I mean, nothing detailed, but just kind of an understanding of, hey, these are the new checklists and the way that this modernization is going to make us more efficient.
Yes, ma'am. Gotcha.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
It's probably intuitive from what you
Right. Putting it on the same infographic would be great.
Your mic's still on, Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
It's something. It's cool.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairwoman. And to align myself, I think Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman White has asked the question, but make sure that we don't forget that our quarterly reports on where our dollars amount that sent from every department that we requested, that we made a resolution. I think it was sponsored by Spinoza, and we really want to make sure that we stay on that. So when the time comes, we'll know where everybody is and looking like in their dollar amounts. And now we're actually allocating the funds. So let's see what we are and what it looks like.
Yes, ma'am.
So appreciate that. Thank you.
That's a good point, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green.
All right. Are there, Chairwoman, whatever. Are there any other questions? All right. Seeing no others, let's take this item to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3 is a resolution to appropriate $2 million to CIP project IT 01004 implementation modernization. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May I have a motion?
Move it, second.
Y'all are so eager this morning. Y'all have had more coffee than me. Moved by Vice Chair Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item?
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. To kind of, I guess, to further clarify, when this item goes down to full council, in between that time, we will make sure that we get you all the information that you're requesting so that the full vote will be much more informed and you'll understand as we move forward.
Good morning. Good morning.
Please state your name.
Augustine Boateng, Deputy CIO for the City of Memphis. So this is, as you know, our Oracle system is pretty outdated. We have a project, a 2-year project to upgrade that. So this is first part of the money that we're going to use to upgrade that. So the total project is going to be $6 million, but $6 million. But we are going to split it into 2 and then do the first part this year and then the second part in the next fiscal year. So that's what this is for.
Can you get on the mic, Councilwoman White, and then I'll come to you, Councilwoman Cooper
Thank you. So maybe you can answer this question. In terms of modernization, what efficiencies, like what inefficiencies are we fixing or what gaps are we filling with this new modernization?
Right. So just to speed up how we do internal business as a city, right? So our Oracle system is pretty outdated. It's like 15 years old. And when it comes to budgets, the synchronization between our on-prem and our SaaS platform always causes problems. So this is to move it from on-prem to the cloud environment to ensure that there's no friction in when we are transferring our data from our HR system to our financial system. So that's reducing the amount of manual work we have to do internally to do budgets and to just improve our processes internally.
So one question, in terms of with new technologies in AI, and I don't know how much you keep up with meetings, but one consistent topic is how we're keeping up with how we're going with the budget in terms of what money is spent and actually a breakdown of what funds are being spent on. Do we anticipate this upgrade to include technology, AI, or whatnot that will be able to assist council to be able to look through and easily identify and track certain projects, funds, and line items in the budget?
Absolutely. So now every solution that we go for, is a requirement that we have the AI components built into it. So yes, it will be easy for council people to just query, say how much was spent on this project, and you can get the request, right? So making it transparent. So yes, AI is built into the solution that we're going for. Oracle, we've had conversation back and forth with them that is a requirement that is supposed to be part of the project implementation.
Are you done, Councilwoman White? Okay. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then we'll go to you, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. Thank you. Once again, it's always good to see you.
Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time and having a meeting with me to explain what you're now explaining and understanding fully what our modernization system is going to look like, because we were so outdated and the systems were not talking.
Yes, ma'am.
And we were missing a lot of documentations, a lot of gap. And so I wanted to just publicly thank you for taking that time, you and your team, for having a virtual meeting with me and explaining to me how every dollar will be spent, what Oracle did look like, and where we're moving into now, and the importance of making sure that our AI system and our technology system and our data systems are talking. Everyone is talking and everybody's on the same transmission, so we can be updated and we can be ready for item number 2 if we need a cybersecurity.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
thank you
Yes, ma'am.
so much, and I appreciate you and your team for all the hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. That's a great reminder that we can always reach out and have meetings in between meetings. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the cybersecurity amount that we have. So, is there a certain type of grading that you know in the industry that represents your level of cybersecurity or how proficient you are in those areas? And what is ours, if that is so?
So every year we do test our controls that we have that protect the city, and every year we do pass. It's sometimes you don't have to quote unquote brag about your cybersecurity because you invite people to come and test it, right? So, but our ratings have been excellent in the past years, and we are currently doing another test. So we invite third-party companies to come and really come test our environment, show what our controls are, what we are spending money on, are they working or not? And then they will tell us, okay, with the results, that this is what we found, this is what you can fix, and this is what you're doing good at. And most of the time, it's been pretty good. Yeah.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White?
So I just thought about it. You said 6 million, and then this is 2 million.
Yes.
So we're anticipating some additional requests going forward. And then, of course, I never try to figure out, this is not my market, so I don't know how much these things cost. In terms of what we're paying for it, is it because we're sticking specifically with this system and to have a smooth transition, or is it because this came out to be the best, best system for our needs as well as best price, or is this kind of a higher price because we're trying to stick with the same system?
Well, it's a combination of both. We've been with Oracle for a long time, and it's pretty been good for us. The part of our system, as I explained earlier, is already in the SaaS platform. We could not go for a different solution because then that would be a discrepancy between those systems. So we are sticking with the same system, and the cost is, really negotiated down because we've been a partner with Oracle for a long time. So the actual cost sometimes comes in around $8-10 million. But since we've been a partner with Oracle for a long time, and then we have to leverage our role that we've been with you, so this is the discounts that we request, and that's how it comes down to that number. Yeah, but it's usually more. Yeah, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions from council members? All right, seeing none in the queue, all those in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed? All right, is the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it, and this item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Seeing that there is
Welcome to the Memphis Light Gas and Water Memphis City Council Committee meeting. Today's Tuesday, September the 9th, 2025. JR, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, we've got two items on the agenda. Item number one, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent as usual. Does not require a motion or a second. Alonzo.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Great to be here today.
Name and address, please.
Alonzo Weaver, Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer of Memphis Gas and Water, 220 South Main. So I'm here today to give you the consent agenda items that will be on today's meeting. As you will find out when this shifts, is that to date you have approved close to $537 million worth of items for MLGW. And this request today is around $6.2 million. So in total, about $542 to $543 million has been approved by this body for MLGW to expend. Today we have 10 items on the agenda. I will go through these items, and if there are any questions, we will certainly pause for those questions. Item one is the funded amount of $13,755.23 for the LNG exterior painting of tanks. This is a change to ratify the change order for work already performed, which includes caulking of the roof toe plate, anchor bolts on the MLGW LNG plant fire water tank recommended by the third-party inspector. And it includes remobilization costs and a credit for MLGW's cost to clean blast media from the fire water tank. This is important for us to do to provide rust and corrosion protection to the roof toe plate and anchor bolts, and it was identified by the inspector, an expert in the field. Next is car payment processing services. This is $3,186,460.29. This award is for duration extension from January 2026 through December of 2026. It is an RFP. It is a recommendation to be made to renew this contract for 1 year based on the renewal terms of the contract. The additional funding for the contract, as I stated earlier, the funding will cover the interchange fees or swipe fees set by the payment networks such as Visa, MasterCard, Discover, and American Express for charging merchants to run cards on their networks related to interchange costs for 2026. The interchange cost from 2026 is 0.005% of projected sales figure of $606 million. Also, the additional funding will cover transaction processing costs in the amount of a nickel per transaction related to the contract for debit and ATM transaction fees. Discover's authorization fees, MasterCard's authorization fees, and Visa authorization fees in the amount of $153,000 related to a 1 year transaction processing cost for 2026 based on a 1 year percentage increase of 5% from 2024 to 2025 related to transaction volume. And yes, that was the plain language description. 3 conductor cable, funded amount of $529,563. It's a one-time purchase sealed bid awarded to Universal Scaffold and Equipment. This is to purchase 2,400 feet of 3 conductor cable. This cable facilitates the transition of service from the substation to the overhead distribution network, and it's also deployed in the downtown network. This is necessary for ongoing infrastructure upgrades and updates, any changes we may have based on components failing in the field. Next is the horizontal LED 200-watt luminaires. These are the things that go on the top of the light poles and provide light. This is at $232,404. It's a one-time purchase sealed bid to Engineering Seal Components, and this is for 543 luminaires. Next is auditing, external auditing services is for the funded amount of $875,000. This is for a 60-month period from the date of the notice of proceed. So once we get the notice to proceed, we will go in 60 months with that. It's an RFP. It was awarded to CBiz, CPAs, PC. This is for external auditing services, just as it sounds. Next is a funded amount of $74,200 for custodial fees paid by the respective pension and OPEB accounts. This is a ratification for a 1-year extension for next year. It is an RFP. This award to Forvis Mazars, formerly Dixon Hughes Goodman. This contract is for the external auditing services with respect to the financial statements for the retirement and pension system and other post-employment benefits trust for the year of 2025, with the work to be completed in 2026. Next is utility bill paper. It's funded in the amount of $382,470. This is for 24 months. And this is for 16,800,000 sheets of utility bill paper. This is for our customers' bills. And it's required that we print consolidated bills for electric, gas, and water and third-party fees that happen on behalf of the city of Memphis and other entities. All those bills go into an envelope. So this is for the 24-month envelope contract. The next one is for $561,594. It too is a sealed bid, and it was awarded to MAC Papers. This is for 12 million return envelopes and 16.8 million mail envelopes. Next is approving the salary of a position, and this is for the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Execution. It's approving that salary at $167,211. Next is the cybersecurity insurance. We take out a cybersecurity insurance for our purposes to protect ourselves. It's $147,000. It's from October 2025 through September of 2026. It was awarded to Willis Towers Watson Southeast. And this is a required mandate broker of record to secure cyber insurance. This is for a $5 million policy. So that's it for the consent agenda. Are there any questions?
Council members, any comments, questions?
Yes.
We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then we've got Councilwoman Walker will be in the queue. And real quick, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and for the body, I misunderstood, and we've got Councilwoman White. She'll be third in the queue. But I was supposed to add on slide 12, if you go back to that, the salary position. So mistake by me. Same night minutes without objection was requested. So I'm humbly asking the body to consider that as part of the, I guess I'll make a motion, or somebody needs to make a motion. We got a motion made without objection. All right, same night minutes. All right, so my bad on that. All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Your card processing services, I look down here and I see how it's broken down with Visa, MasterCard, Discovery. But I just want to make sure that the vendor, did you preside the tap? Because the last time I was there, I didn't spend is the tap there for the customers? Was it there?
Yes.
Because when we tried it, I was there with some seniors and they were trying to, just wanted to make sure that that tap system is accurate and working, because they were trying to tap at the time. So just want to make sure the vendor is providing that service. And I see there's a breakdown in different fees and everything with that tap.
We should be providing the tap, and we'll verify that
Did
that's
you just
correct.
verify and just make
Yes,
sure? And that's it.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And then we've got Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Walker. Excuse me, madam.
Thank you. You're fine. So I don't know if I'm just not understanding this clearly. I'm still on page 5 myself. impact MLGW customers will not have the ability to pay their utility bills yet. So is that a good thing? I'm not clear on that. Is that something?
Well, a lot of people do use credit cards and debit cards and for paying their bills, and we want to make it possible for them to do that, make it easy for them to do that. Some people use that as their means of payment.
So maybe it's just not worded. Will not have the ability, but we're wanting them to have the ability.
We want them to have the ability. That's
So
why
we'll say
want,
will now have instead of will not have.
It's a wording issue.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
That's no problem. Just want to be clear. And as I move through these papers, so the last time, I'm sure nobody noticed it, but last time I didn't have a single word to say because I was up here dealing with something time sensitive, and a little more on that in a second. So the LED luminaries, so it says one-time purchase. These not going to expire or wear out or anything like that?
Yeah, we have, this is for 543 200-watt luminaires. And you deal with knockdowns, additional lights, all sorts of things. So they'll get used, and they'll be okay.
Okay. And then for the new hire, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Execution position, has this come before us before?
No, it has not.
So exactly
this is an
what?
outside hire.
Oh, it's an outside hire. So exactly, it doesn't say what they're going to be doing.
Right. So we have various directors that work on special projects. Some projects are cross-functional in nature. And this will be one of those areas where we have a director that comes in that works on cross-functional projects that are specific to the customer experience. So they'll be working for Timothy Davis.
You said under Timothy Davis?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Well, that was all I had on that. Do somebody else was in the queue, and then you can come back to me.
Okay, got you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman. We got Councilwoman White, and we also had Councilwoman Logan join us for the record. Councilwoman White.
Thank you. I'm back on slide 5, the fees.
You may as well just come on.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your name and address. For the
Rod
record.
Cleek, CFO, Secretary Treasurer, Vice President, MLGW.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In terms of the fees, so does this make it where the customer does not have to pay the credit card fee at all?
That's correct. Currently, we absorb the cost of these fees.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So no other questions from council members. We got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I wanted to come back. I can wait till the end.
Thank
you. Appreciate you. Just one more question, and this probably is for Timothy Davis, and maybe we can ask him to come back about the customer service. I want to know what that looks like around our centers and how we are doing as far as the customer service part of it, and the hiring process and what that looks like. And that's probably for Mr. Davis, Mr. Timothy Davis, when he comes back. We can maybe bring him back, or either I'll reach out. I just got a text message about customer service, and I just wanted to put that on your radar.
All right.
Say they may not have enough, but Mr. Davis.
All right. Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman.
Hey.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so we'll move on to item number 2.
Okay. I was remiss in that I did not tell you that I'm sitting in for Doug today. He is away at a funeral, so that's pulled him out of town. So that's why I'm here.
And thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, it was a last-minute deal. So since you did mention that, condolences, thoughts, prayers, good energy, all that stuff to President McGowan and his family. So thank you, Alonzo, for mentioning that. Figured the body would want to know that. All right, item number 2, discussion of MLGW utility control room, all council districts. Does not require a motion or a second. Alonzo, the floor is yours. Alonzo and team, it looks like.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
And if you could cue up the next presentation, please.
And we're on time today, and it's been glorious. So we've got 15 minutes left.
Okay, I'll talk slower.
And I know 2 council members do want to speak. I got Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Logan that have asked to speak at the end of this. So this is a discussion today, and just keep in mind that we can, you know, we can end on time and we can carry questions forward and all that stuff about this item. So, all right, floor is yours. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
name introductions, all that good stuff.
Okay, we'll get to that. So you've heard a lot of discussion around the control room of the MLGW. Some of you have been able to go to their system operations facility on Covington Pike and see the environment that they're working in there. So we have been on a plan, a process around modernizing our systems and modernizing our grid. So just as a background, we've taken a 3-step approach to improve the performance of our electric distribution system. It's been asset maintenance, which includes tree trimming, preventive maintenance, routine repairs, changing out key pieces of equipment, reliability and resilience investments, which is replacing outdated infrastructure, hardening infrastructure, and then, of course, grid modernization, which is our next key step. How will we make our grid modern? Step 1 and 2, as I said, are well underway. We are moving heaven and earth and getting tree trimming done. We will probably be through with our 3-year cycle sometime in the next 6 months or so. That has yielded tremendous benefits to our customers, just being able to get that done. Renewable replacement infrastructure programs have exceeded their substation circuit breaker and transformer replacement goals each year. When these components fail, a large number of customers are impacted. They don't happen often, but they do have a huge impact. So we've been working diligently to get that done. The third step in the process is where we are with the distribution automation system. We have about 740 switches installed with another 100 to go this year. We are in the process of evaluating and installing our 5G communications backbone network. You've approved that expenditure with Nokia. We are in the process of our SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition system, and our energy management system upgrade. It's now underway. And in that upgrade, it's going to have the additional functionality for distribution management, distributed energy resource management, load forecasting, and to all that we need to implement an advanced distribution management system, ADMS. You heard a lot about that. Thirdly, it's to do solar and battery storage. And we have an RFP that's in place, has been issued where we're evaluating those responses, and we're getting back with some of the respondents on that. The next big step is to modernize our control room. So that's why we're here today. We're here to talk to you about our control room. We're not asking you to vote today. We're just giving you information because we're going to bring it to you later. And then we have a specific ask for you. So when I talk about grid modernization, there are 4 key components. There's the automation aspect, where you talked about the smart switches and all that sort of thing. We got to be able to control those, communicate with those, and have real-time system optimization. Then there's grid energy storage, integration of storage systems for load balancing and reliability, and of course, advanced metering, being able to actually have a better intelligence around our metering, particularly our electric metering, so that we can optimize our grid and make sure that we are using it in its best capacity. And distributed generation. What's changing about the grid these days is that power not only flows from a central plant out, but it actually may flow from a customer in. And we need to be able to manage all of that and make sure that we are able to do that in an efficient and safe manner. So what do we do? Some of you have been to our facility, you've seen the constraints around that facility, and you've been able to see that we need a better facility. So we sought RELAM. They are one of the premier planning and design construction firms around control centers. And here with me today, I have the president of RELAM, Daniel Sturchek, and our account manager, John Ferguson. And I'll let them introduce themselves and talk about their particular process as well as their experience. And then we'll move on with the presentation. So,
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Daniel Sturchak. Oh, am I on?
Yeah, get closer.
Green light is on.
Yeah, closer. Just bring closer.
Closer. Sorry, first time, long time here. Good morning. My name is Daniel Sturchak. I am president of Robert E. Lamb out of Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. John, you can introduce yourself.
And my name is John Ferguson, account manager, also out of Valley Forge, Pennsylvania.
And we appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you all today and to support MLGW on their ongoing control room modernization efforts. A little background on Robert E. Lamb. We are architects and engineers that specialize in the planning, design, and construction of high reliability facilities for the utility market. That is 90% of the work that we do is with the utility market, specifically on control and data center facilities and related high reliability operational facilities. We have been around since 1917 and specifically working in this market since 1968. Our experience has taken us from working with utilities that you may recognize, kind of nationally recognized investor-owned utilities, from TVA to Southern Company, Exelon, PSE&G, amongst others. We also do a lot of work with municipal-owned utilities, Huntsville Utilities, City of Springfield, Illinois, Concord, North Carolina, amongst others in that market. What makes us unique is, number one, our staff. Again, we're architects and engineers. We have architects, civil, structural, mechanical, and electrical engineers on staff that do these evaluations and these efforts. And that allows us to look at projects holistically from a consultative standpoint and not just piecemeal out the project with an architect. We bring the wealth of experience from all of our projects, whether they are big, small, somewhere in between, renovation, greenfield, what have you. We bring that wealth of experience on our projects to everything that we do. So we're working with MLGW. A lot of the conversations revolved around what is best practice for peer utilities and how can we apply that in this facility moving forward to really make this a best-in-class facility for your customers.
Thank you very much. So we brought them in for a particular purpose and to evaluate the question about whether or not we should build a control room facility from scratch or repurpose an existing facility. So that is what they brought in, and we will come to the board and the city council for that support on the decision. As I said before, we need to upgrade our control room. We need to upgrade it for a lot of reasons. As you probably have noticed and experienced, we have a lot of extreme weather. And the control room is very critical in making responses quickly to that extreme weather. Cyber attacks. It is unbelievable how many cyber attacks actually occur throughout the industry, but they do occur. Managing and modernizing the grid and dealing with increased customer expectations around the grid. You know, I want to be able to put in solar. I want to be able to put in batteries. I want to be able to know when my power is going to be restored. All those kinds of questions are what customers expect from us. So our current control room is outdated. It's small. It's located in a seismic liquefaction zone. It has been around since, I guess, 1988, but it has moved on from its original purpose and is now needs to be replaced. So with a modern control room, we can fix power outages faster. We can keep the grid stable and efficient. We can prevent problems before they happen. We can better handle solar, wind, and batteries, improve customer satisfaction, and respond quickly to emergencies. It will help us with our ADMS. I mentioned that earlier. It will help us with a thing called Blizzard, which is fault location, isolation, and system restoration. It will give us precise monitoring because we'll be able to integrate the meter data. And one of the things that we're looking in for a new control room is having actually a meter operation center, not just an operation center for our distribution system, but a meter operation center so we can know how well our meters are operating. Give us predictive analytics. We use AI to warn us about problems. And of course, the never-ending threat of cyber attacks and being able to keep people out of our system. Also, we need space for growth.
Excuse me, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that we know that it is old and it needs upgrading. So we don't really have to.
You
Yeah,
want me to move
and,
along?
yeah, and I'd even
No, it's
go
over.
so far as say we've talked about it so much. Yeah, and I mean it with all due respect. I mean we've all got copies.
So I'll go to the recommendation.
And that's a testament really to the work that y'all have done. I do want to say that and the communication. So yeah, go. Feel free. Yeah, recommendations.
So the recommendation is to approve the purchase of the Smith and Nephew property at 7135 Goodwood Farms Parkway in Cordova to house a modern, resilient utility control room. We want you to approve a not to exceed purchase price of $31.5 million, with that being funded from the gas division. So there's no rate increase involved with that. It's just the gas division funds. And it's typical for buildings to be bought in the gas division. In 2026, we'll request the approval of approximately $30 million for the upgrades. That's to build out the control room space and help us get to the modern grid. And this is only the relocation of the control room. Our current facility, Covington Pike, I told you about that. I said it's old. You said it's old. We know it's old. So, but we just want to move that facility. That's what we're talking about. Maybe some other areas within our work, but the headquarters stays downtown.
And real quick, just to reiterate, no, you're not asking for us to vote on anything today.
Right. This is informational.
And not trying to make it a love fest, but again, a testament to the work y'all have done. And it's nice to meet you two gentlemen. So thank you for being here. But, you know, we're not asking for a vote today. This is, again, a discussion. I would vote yes on it today. But just wanted council members to know that. So as we go through it, and real quick, we've got Dr. Warren in the queue. We are on time today. Dr. Warren has given us an extra 15 minutes. So I'm going to do a hard stop on you, Alonzo, at 10:20. So in 13 minutes. And then,
don't worry. I'll be through well before.
And then we've got three council members that want to make some comments as well. But
okay,
thank you. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question then?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr.
So it's $30 million for the property and then another $30 million for the upgrades, and it's both of those coming from the gas division?
The purchase of the property will come from the gas division. The upgrades will probably come from the electric division because that's where most of those upgrades will be coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alonzo.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Warren. And hey, just to clarify, I said I'd vote yes on it today. I just want the body to know and the public to know. I've been to a lot of the board meetings. We talk a lot. So this isn't like, this is such a big deal. It's a huge opportunity and it's an exciting time. Go ahead, Alonzo.
Okay. So we had 3 courses of action. Construct a 50,000 square foot facility next to our Nettis facility on property you already own. Our estimated cost on that was about $1,898 per square foot, or $94 million. Second course of action was to retrofit a 100,000 square foot commercial building, but that's at a cost of about $75 million. Third course of action was to purchase the Smith and Nephew property, which is the $300,000 with a retrofit of about $60 million for probable cost with the purchase, or $200 per square foot retrofit. So one of the criteria that we use in determining what we would do is, these are important to us, is having standoff from threats, natural, man-made, being able to harden the building, needs to have redundant utilities on site, access to good communications, and proximity to our backup control center, which is will be the Covington Pike facility. And it needs to be in our service territory. And if it has developable acreage around it, that's even better. So when we looked at the course of actions that we talked about earlier, the building G, commercial building, which is 100,000 square feet, just didn't meet the bill. There was too many buildings next door to it. We didn't have control over those buildings, and you ran into a lot of standoff issues on that building. So we had just basically 2 sets of action. The conclusion, because of the existing resilience and redundant systems, the Smith and Nephew facility is the best fit on Goodwood Farms and the most affordable from the control room purpose. Acquiring the facility in 2025 will allow the build out in 26 and 27 with initial operating capability in 2028. It's the least cost alternative, preserving funding for other critical electric division priorities. And now I've met my goal finishing before.
Thank you. So we've got Councilwoman White has a question on this item, and then I know we've got Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Walker in the queue after Councilwoman White. Go ahead, Councilwoman White. And Cooper Sutton, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify two things, because I did meet with President McGowan about this particular project. But one, that the cost of this has already been anticipated and allocated over the years in terms of increases. So we don't anticipate that this project will cause an increase.
No, we don't.
Attributed to this project.
Right.
And then the second thing is, in terms of the operations and maintenance of the new facility, what is the difference in that anticipated cost from where and what it is now and what it'll be if in the Smith and Nephew building?
Yeah, so we will maintain the facility we have right now. We will be able to get a better idea on the Smith and Nephew building as we continue our inspections of it in anticipation of the purchase. It's going to be operated a little differently than it is right now, so we may have to do some ciphering on that. What we do get in this opportunity is to move some staff that was in rented space and now is in a temporary space and move them to a permanent space that's better suited for them. They were paying rent somewhere around $1 million a month when they were in the rent space, so we can do some rearranging there. $1 million a year. It's about $100,000 a month. So it's about $1 million a year in that space, and that will help us as well. So that will also offset some of the costs. It is a larger building. We recognize that. But based on the savings in the initial capital costs, we don't see that being a hindrance factor in purchasing this building.
Not today, but it would be helpful to see kind of in one place what's being moved.
Sure.
In terms of kind of like what it is now, and then what it'll look like in the future in terms of where departments are, people, or functions. And then the other thing that would be helpful is cost, to know whether or not we're anticipating costs to go up, or if this new modernization is going to cause some efficiencies where costs will go down. Kind of what that projection is over the future. Or if there really doesn't make a difference, if it's going to really be a neutral thing. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we can get that information.
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, get that to her, please. I see Jennifer taking notes. Maybe share it with the body as well once y'all get together. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, we've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Or Councilwoman White, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I went on your site, Robert, to find out a little bit about it. What was very interesting when I went to your control rooms and your control center buildings, and what was a question that I had in mind. I see that you deal with nuclear organizations.
Yes.
And I wanted to see, where are we as you're redesigning and looking into that as far as the nuclear part of it?
As far as capabilities go,
yes.
or as far as?
Yes.
Well, our work within the nuclear world is primarily in the emergency response facilities.
Okay.
So I know that you folks have an emergency response center or emergency operations center that goes along with the utility.
Right.
I have not personally toured that existing center, but what I can say is the Smith & Nephews building affords a lot of opportunity to be best in class. And I think that's really important. When I toured the control room yesterday, like all of you mentioned, it's short on space. There's a lot of initiatives coming down the pike, and to have the elbow room to properly pull together those initiatives, properly staff for those initiatives, I think is really important for you all moving forward. And I think this building gives a lot of opportunity to do that from a building perspective and a site perspective.
Thank you. That's what I need to know. And I was very impressed that I saw 3M on there.
Yes.
And 3M is in Pennsylvania. I had family members that work for 3M, and so when I saw that you partnered, yes. And so you all may be all right there.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate
You're
that.
so very welcome.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. All right, so we've got Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a quick question about and this is not necessarily about this, the control room per se, But when you talked about solar, well, let me go back. I'll save that for last. Or is this mine? Is this it now? Okay. So I have 4 things. The solar aspect of this, the grid modernization part. How is, I was out at going toward Millington. Will that impact us at all, or is that what we're trying to do? Because it's about 5 miles of solar. I've never seen anything like
It's
it.
huge, yes.
Are we connected with that? Are they connected with us? Are we doing something like that?
I believe the TVA, right? Yeah, they're connected with TVA, so they're connected directly with TVA.
Okay.
What we want to be able to do is connect solar on similar scale, but not quite that scale, with us. And we want to be able to do that and manage that properly. And one of the things that you need for that is distributed energy resource component that's built into your SCADA system. And you need to have the space to have a generation desk, a separate desk, as opposed to just your transmission and distribution desk. You need a generation desk that can operate all of that.
Yeah. So you mentioned being able to receive from customers, so this will enable us to expand our footprint in that space where communities, neighborhoods can begin to create that and supply to us as well.
There'll be some customers who will choose to do that. One of the things we're looking at and we're seeing in the industry is that the growth on electric needs is tremendous. And as utilities go forward, they're going to look for co-supply. In other words, if you bring a large load, you're going to need to have some sort of generation as well to bring to the table. Okay. So we call that co-supply. And being able to manage that co-supply is going to be part of what you have to do in a modern control room.
And this will position us better to receive that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great to know that. Now, so you've made recommendations. These recommendations have already been informed by this company?
Yes.
Okay.
They were very much part of the whole evaluation criteria around the different sites and helping us to determine what criteria we need to look at. And based on the sites that we selected, actually we had a real estate firm, commercial real estate firm, help us identify properties. Then we narrowed those properties down to to the commercial site that I talked about earlier, our presence location next to Netters, and then the Smith & Nephew building is a possibility. So, yes.
Last thing, and I like the area because it's in District 1 and it's in a little nothing. So I like the area. It's going to bring a lot to that area.
Yes.
Next thing is, I just want to make sure that I ask, but I'm pretty sure you all are looking to make this space the most energy efficient, using all of the different types of energy. I know that's what we are looking to move into, but I want to make sure in our building or your upgrades of the buildings that we've included that. I know you hear LEED buildings and all the green print and all that type of things, but did this budget include any of that for this new bill?
I don't know.
Energy efficiency and that type of thing.
As you can imagine, 24/7 operational buildings like this are difficult to incorporate things like LEED or specific green initiatives, but that's not to say that we don't strive for that within our design. With the redundancies that you need, there are opportunities to incorporate battery storage, to incorporate different green technologies, in addition to some of the simpler things to incorporate, like the finishes and the fit out of the building to use sustainable or recycled materials. And we want to incorporate all of those things into the design of this building.
Okay, that's important. I think that's important. Thanks for saying that as well.
I could feel
And the
Dr. Warren smiling over there. Sorry for that.
Last thing.
And me too.
This has nothing to do with the control. This is something else. But since we're here and I thought about it, when you talk about the tree trimming was the first phase, but I would like to make certain, and I'm not just MLGW, but I'm also going to be talking to administration about making certain that our contractors and our vendors know the brand and understand the standard in when they're cutting trees, when they're trimming, when they're picking up, making certain that it's not just cut it down any kind of way you can cut it, you know, but there's a standard there. And if you could send me that, so I'll know what the standard is or what the expectation is, so I won't feel some kind of way when I see it.
Okay,
And
we'll get that for
be
you.
aligned. So if you
We'll
could
get-
forward that to me.
Just, Councilman Logan, is that your recommendation, is that we sped up the tree trimming program? When you talked about this, why can't we do it faster? And we appreciate the recommendation, and that's exactly what we did. Our contractors went out and
Yeah, you all did an amazing job with speed. I'm not speaking to speed.
I know.
I'm
You're speaking to
to
consistency and
the standard, the brand, and
Yeah.
what the expectation is in the community.
Yeah.
So if you all could just send that separately, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then if I have any comments about it, I'll reach you directly. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Look at this. We're going to get done. Dr. Warren, thanks again for giving us to 10:25. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Madden, could you come forward? No, I'd like for you to have a seat. So this won't take long, but like I said last time, I was dealing with something time sensitive, but you all brought forth something that I know is just going to be great for the constituents, and I would just like for you to refer back to the new, is it software or platform, the way you all are going to be able to get the information out?
Sure. Ursula Madden, Vice President, Corporate Communications, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. So you're talking about the new communications platform that we will be using. It's called Convey. It's called Eons. It's through Convey. It's used by a lot of the larger utilities in the industry. Entergy, SMUD, another public utility out in Sacramento uses it, Duke Energy. So basically, it just allows us to do proactive, accurate communications with our customers. So we can reach out to them and talk to them about tree trimming that's coming to their neighborhood. It allows us to do some great deal of communication with emergencies, talking about storms that are coming through, to give people a heads up that it's going to be happening, to make sure that they are prepared. And then eventually it'll be able to plug into this great system that we're talking about at our Control Operations Center, where we're allowing people to be able to see, yes, my power's out, this is when it's expected to be turned back on. So all of these things tie together. I have to have a communications platform that allows me to keep up with the modernization of our grid. So that we're very excited about it. It's going to allow us to do a lot more communicating proactively, which is important. And it's something that we hear from our customers. We don't know what you guys are doing. This is a way for us to be able to tell folks what we're doing before we get there.
Okay, thank you for that. And the cost, remember the cost?
Yeah, it's about $750,000 a year, but I think it's worth every single penny. I had to find that in my budget this year. I hadn't planned on having it, but when the opportunity came along for us to get this, I rearranged some things in the communications budget to actually be able to afford it. So it's not an increase to our budget at all.
So with the $750,000 you're paying to access this from someone?
Yes, they're going to build out the platform and integrate it into our, I guess, our CIS, our customer system that allows us to do billing and allows us to know how to contact our customers. And they will train us how to use it. We will do a ton of kind of pre-canned messaging that we will establish, and then work on the best way for all of our departments to be able to do that proactive communication.
Okay, and finally, when will this be implemented?
From your lips to God's ears, ASAP, tomorrow.
Okay.
But they're working on it now. We're working through the contract right now. As soon as the contract is signed, we can get through some things. We have to get a vanity code so that people know that when we text on this certain code, I think it's going to be MLGW for you, that you'll know it's coming from us, that it's not coming from somebody else.
Okay, I thought I was done. So once it's up and ready, you all will release something and let us know.
Yeah, we'll have a whole communication plan, basically telling people that this is coming, that to look for these messages, to sign up, and make sure we're going to get our information and data scrubbed anyway. That's part of the contract. They'll go through and see that we have accurate phone numbers and accurate emails, but that will be part of the contract. And then we'll encourage people, you know, in order to know, for us to reach out to you, we have to have your accurate phone number.
Okay,
It's going to be great.
thank you. I believe so as well. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Great meeting today, great questions. Oh my gosh, we almost get out of here. The whole Cooper Center. Real quick, Councilwoman Logan leaned over. You're done? All right.
Oh.
All right. Well, now,
Okay.
all right, yeah, thank you, Councilman Warren. All right, meeting adjourned.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Chair Warren.
Present. Colleagues, we have 7 items, 2 of which are discussion and information. Item number 1, however, is a resolution requesting the approval for the sale in the amount of $5,000 the city-owned parcel located 1801 La Paloma Street, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, further described as parcel ID number 060097000003, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. You have the floor, sir. Name and address for the record.
Yep. Rodney Tate Jr., City of Memphis, real estate, 125 North Main. This is a sale of a surplus property located at 1801 La Paloma Street. The purchaser is an adjoining property owner, and he is looking to build a single-family residence on the lot.
I need someone to move this. Good. Moved by Superintendent Washington, second by Cooper Young. Do you have any discussion or questions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Chair is an aye. That passes. Thank you, Mr. Tate. Item number 2 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $3,077,800 for CIP non-CONA 66-inch. Project number SW24205 to fund emergency rehabilitation of deteriorated sewer lines. Sounds like a good reason. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Request for same 9 minutes. We have a move by Ford, seconded by Superintendent Washington. Gentlemen, you have the floor. Name and address for record.
Thank you. Scott Morgan, 125 North Main, Director of Public Works. So this is a resolution to approve construction project for the sanitary sewer system. It's about a 500-foot section of 66-inch line that goes under Lamar Avenue near I-240. And it's not in the best of shape, so we need to get out there. We're going to use cured-in-place pipe technology where we don't, minimize digging, and we'll insert a new line in the existing line under Lamar.
Question, Councilwoman White.
Thank you. Is this like a normal maintenance type of thing, or is this something that's an extraordinary, like something that has occurred, kind of an issue, a break, or something like that?
There is a breach on the upstream side where the top of the pipe has fallen in, deteriorated. Normal maintenance would be more so on smaller diameter lines, so 8s, 10s, 12s. I mean, a 66-inch line is something we have to bring a contractor in to help us fix.
So is this something that occurred just due to overtime, like wear and tear, or is there some event that caused it to do what it's doing now?
Age. Primarily it's age, sewer systems 24/7. And there's, we get hydrogen sulfide gases in the pipe that deteriorate the concrete. And we inspect the sewer system and have video of it, but we can't inspect it every day. And these are just large lines that have been in the ground since 60s. And, we have to continue to keep rehabbing these lines as best we can.
I think you kind of just said it with cameras. I was about to say, how do you all identify these types of breaches? Cameras.
Yes. We put cameras in the line on larger diameter. Well, we put cameras in all the lines, but on larger diameter, they actually float on the surface of the water. And the sonar captures how much debris is in the bottom of the pipe. And then a camera is above the water line to see how much deterioration has occurred on the concrete surface.
And so I think you said it's been down, 60 years or so. Should we be preparing ourselves for more of these coming in the future, more frequently?
I don't know about frequently, but we have a plan in place based on our assessments to continue to rehab these large diameter lines and get to them before, there's a break or a collapse.
Okay, and is that already anticipated in the budget that you all presented and we just passed?
Yes, but there's more to come. There'll be, areas that, we may have to ramp up. Just if something happens, we may have to shuffle the deck a little if one does, have a breach before we anticipate it. But yes, it's all in the ongoing capital improvement, kind of rehab of the sewer system.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think what we're dealing with here, colleagues, is entropy. The law of thermodynamics, that everything goes to a greater state of disorder. And it seriously is, and what's going on is, as you put these things in the ground, they gradually worsen. Councilman Ford, you are up.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I don't think this is District 6. You said non-con of Lamar. Lamar would not be in my.
Lamar and 240.
Lamar and 240.
Okay.
That would not be District 6. I think it would be District, unless they put it in my district. Please.
We're trying to expand your power here, Councilman.
Well, you know, I don't know where mine is anyway. They change it every day.
Yeah.
But is it? Please check and see.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So when you mention Lamar.
We'll double check that and get that correct for the records. All right. Seeing no further questions, let me pull it out. No further questions. All those in favor of this item number 2, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair is an aye. Wait 1 second. We've voted, but we're going to have I'm going to say that passed, but we're going to have a question on it now still, and another question, and we can revote it if we need to. Go ahead.
Is this something that we do internally, or do you contract out for this?
These are contractors.
Okay, and Councilwoman Walker?
Yes, if you will, can you? Thank you. If you will, once you confirm whether it's 3 or 4, can you let me and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Okay, item number 3 is the resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $3,025,368.50 from drainage-ST cover line, project number ST02035, for upgrading the drainage system in the Morningside Place neighborhood. This is District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration with request for same night minutes. Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Ford. Oh, Spinoza. They sound so similar to my left ear. Okay. And, no, Ford. Okay, and you're up. It's my hearing.
Good morning. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. I'm trying to bring up a slide right here. Okay, so what we are presenting to you today is a project that would replace a nearly 100-year-old system. So typically our stormwater systems, the construction is made out of reinforced concrete pipes. Those have life cycles to them, typically around 50 to 75 years. In this case, this system is nearly 100 years, and it's intended to replace roughly about 4,200 linear feet of reinforced concrete pipe, or RCP. In addition, we're also looking at adding in additional inlets to alleviate some of the floodings that are occurring in that area. The flooding typically is incited by 2 things. One is the age of the system is one, or are collapsed, systems are collapsed, and 2, just the increase of intensity of rain that we have been experiencing throughout. So the project is intended to start in October with anticipated 8 to 10 months construction period. What we're asking for is a appropriation of roughly a little over $3 million for this project. And with that, we ask for your approval.
Just quickly, one of the things I'd like you to look at when you're looking at this is that I think part of the reason that you're seeing some of this is I believe that drainage was originally connected to drainage that went through the park. And all of those big pipes in the park where you had major culverts and things have been overgrown. If you walk that section of the park that's right next to Morningside, it may be downhill, or I think it's downhill a little bit from Morningside. You'll find that area, right as you get to the foot of the hill, is completely blocked from drainage within the park system. So I don't know how closely they're related. They may not be, but if they are, you may need to look at that also. Do we have any questions on this, colleagues? Councilwoman Logan. Then.
You all just answered that. This is the city's drain. It's not HOA or anything like that, because I've had HOAs to call and ask about drains that were put in the development of an area, but this is something different. Okay.
That is correct. This is a public system.
I got one question after that. If someone becomes an HOA, does that mean they're responsible for all their drainage systems? Or is that individually based on each HOA?
I'll take the lead on that. So it can vary. So if a neighborhood decides they want to go private, they can petition for the city to keep the system public. So that means the community remains a private system. However, the infrastructure underneath it, the streets, could remain public. So that would be similar to sanitary sewer as well.
Thank you. I guess the reason I asked that question, doesn't have anything to do with it, is that we're having a tough time figuring out how we regulate Airbnbs and rapid rentals. And I was wondering, I'm looking at possibly trying to take a couple neighborhoods HOA and see if that will help them do that. We can use it as a model for the city. That being said, any other questions on this issue? Councilwoman Logan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. You said that if they decide they want to, they're private and then they want to go public, or make your distinction again.
Yeah, so this is a request that we've seen in the past where a public street and a community that has public streets, they desire to convert it into private streets. We don't like that simply because there's going to be some land entitlement issues that needs to be resolved. There needs to be standards that needs to be met. And so those are things that we would require for that transition to happen from public to private. If it does go through a process of converting to a private, we could request, or they could petition for the city to keep the underground infrastructure as public infrastructure, in which case any land entitlement document that needs to be transitioned would reserve a public easement for those utilities. Does that make sense?
That wouldn't come before us.
It would not.
Okay. So if a developer puts in all of they have to first get permission and do the thing, go through you all when they're developing a neighborhood, because I think that's where we're seeing it. And over a period of years, 20, 30 years, the developer's gone, the retention pond is gone, and there's just a lot of trouble with the drainage system in the community. But I was told that the neighborhood is responsible for it because it's something that the developer did, but the neighborhood, is no longer managed by the HOA, or they don't have the funding to fix all of those drains. So that's something that we need to look at because it's all connected to the same systems.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Chair is an aye. Any opposed? That passes.
Chairman, so that was the same night minutes, correct?
Same night minutes,
Okay.
correct. Okay, and we're now on item number 4. Okay. This is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $920,109 for damage suffered to the Bass Pro Chillers, number 2 and number 3, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration with same night minutes. I need a motion and second. Moved by Swearing Washington, seconded by Logan? White. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Melvin Jamerson, 125 North Main, General Service Division.
Good morning, Gerald Spencer, 3720 Night Arnold, General Services.
So this one is this resolution pertains to insurance proceeds related to damage sustained at the Bass Pro Shops on the main cooling system. There was a power disruption and caused damage to 2 of the main chillers. Our city insurance provider has approved the claim in the amount of $1,170,109, and the city has a deductible of $250,000. So we are requesting that the city council approve the move of the insurance proceeds of $920,000 and $109 to the Bass Pro line for related expenses. Thank you. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair is an aye, that passes. Okay, item number 5 is a resolution to allocate $15,000 annually for 5 years from solid waste community funds to Clean Memphis Incorporated nonprofit agency. This is all council districts sponsored by administration. Also request for same night minutes. May I have a motion? Move it. Moved by Serena Washington, seconded by Walker. You have the floor, sir.
Darius Jones, Deputy Director of Solid Waste, 125 North Main. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a situation where we partner with Clean Memphis. They do a lot of education and outreach within the community with young kids in school to help improve the recycle that we collect as well, reduce the contamination. Is also, they work with us on diverting waste from the landfill to the recycle facilities and also our Class 2 or Class 3 landfill. So we're asking for this $15,000 this year to partner with Clean Memphis. Thank you.
Oh,
Cooper Sutton, you have a question?
so these are youth? Clean Memphis.
Yes, ma'am. It's a nonprofit that works with the youth in the communities, Councilwoman.
Oh, a nonprofit. And you want this 15 annually for the next 5 years from solid waste? It's coming from your fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I yield.
Madam Vice Chair.
When you go into the schools, I am asking that you make a big deal about when you go to the store and you buy your chips and you buy your drink, when you finish eating your food, we want you to be a great citizen and put it in the trash can so they'll stop littering when they leave the stores. You know what I mean? If you all will make a big deal about it, it would help us tremendously to try to help shift that mindset. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And one last question, Cooper
Yeah,
Sutton.
maybe solid waste and this program that you partner with, maybe we can do something like dress one of you guys up like a little litter bug or something and start going in there and
thank you, Councilwoman.
and you know and helping the children because our children are visual and you can walk around with the little can on your head and all that and we can say and I'll help you, I'll do it. You know, and just kind of help, you know, since you're partnering with that, we can make this more exciting for our children and more, you know, more child friendly.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Councilwoman, to your point, I do a summer program, Code Green, and they have Memphis City Beautiful has a wonderful video, and they use a young guy, high schooler, and he dresses up like a character, and it goes over very well. So I'll let you know.
You can just really physically do it.
Yeah,
So we'll get you ladies
together
offline to put this together, and then you make sure you video it for us, okay? All right. Okay, no further questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Chairman's an aye. That passes. Thank you very much. And that was with same night minutes. Okay. Item number 6 is an update on Blight Zero. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan, who's presenting for administration.
Chair, for the sake of time, can we kind of combine 6 and 7? Because they're kind of related. If they can all come down.
Yeah,
that
so
would
let's
be
do
great.
item number 7 at the same time, which is an update on blight and illegal dumping task force recommendations, all council districts. And we'll let you guys decide how you want to give us these presentations. I think we have presentations passed out to us for both of them.
Yeah.
Let's
Chair.
proceed with Blight Zero. Name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
And before she gets started, may I say, the
Yes,
reason
ma'am.
for asking for this is because there have been a lot of initiatives that have come through and a new division and changes. And so from the time that we approved the Blight and Illegal Dumping Task Force recommendations to now, there have been things that have been implemented, but not necessarily announced or celebrated or communicated to the community as it relates to this and those upgrades and changes. So I think you all are doing a great job. But I do think we could do a little bit better of communicating that to the, the residents of Memphis, because Blight is top of mind for everyone. So in sharing about this, if it's a part of the overall agenda and initiative, communicate that and just tell the story.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Councilwoman Logan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Karen Goss, Special Assistant to Mayor Young, 125 North Main.
Good morning, Melanie Neal, Director for Community Enhancement, 499 South Hollywood.
Darius Jones, Deputy Director, Solid Waste, Memphis, Tennessee. 125 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee.
All right. Well, this morning I am here, or we are all here to present on our Blight initiatives and the things happening amongst the administration. I will go ahead and jump in to the first presentation you all see, which is our Blight Zero Project Clean City update. And so in short, what the Blight Zero initiative is last year in July of 2024, Mayor Young tasked the team with figuring out an aggressive approach and coordinated approach to addressing blight across the city. And so what we came up with was our Blight Zero initiative, in which we take the various city services and we select a neighborhood and we saturate that neighborhood with city services. And so we have Public Works, Community Enhancement, who typically tends to be the lead division for this initiative, and then Solid Waste as well, and any other appropriate division that will help us in drawing impact to that neighborhood. And so during that saturation, typically it's about a week longish, depending on however long it takes the department or division to complete the work. But they are doing things such as grass cutting, in some cases demolitions, filling potholes, bulk trash removal, and anything else that is deemed appropriate. Next slide. And so what Blight Zero Project Clean City, that is a subsect of the overall Blight Zero initiative. And so what we've done is, after our divisions come in and saturate these neighborhoods, we have partnered with small businesses and community organizations in which they work with us every single week. And what they do is litter pickup around the city. And so they do mainly roadside litter, light removal of debris from drains and gutters, some light illegal dumping, which a lot of what they do is more so around maybe grabbing a tire or two, depending on what's on their route. And so what that helps us do as a city administration is, we let our divisions handle the bigger things, but still work with our partners and contractors to handle that day-to-day maintenance of keeping the city clean. And so how the program works. So every Sunday, I send out a list of weekly assignments in which we call them street routes to our contractors. So we have about 11 vendors, 9 small businesses, and 2 community partners that work with me every week. And so what this looks like is, on Sundays, they'll get their assignments for the week, and we are very intentional about keeping these businesses and small businesses and community organizations within their district. So it is very unlikely I will have them drive across town to another district, because I really want them to focus on their communities that they live and work in. And so they have work assignments that basically take them throughout the week, Monday through Friday. However, of course, depending on the weather, we've had a brutal summer. And so sometimes that will consist of the vendors maybe doing Saturday work. But I leave that to the vendors to decide how they schedule their team's work schedule. They are required to take before and after pictures, which is just a standard practice that Community Enhancement does through their team. And so we want to remain consistent and be able to be transparent in showing the work that we're doing. And then from there, they have to submit that information before they can access the next week's assignments. Next slide. So this is an example of what those weekly assignments look like. So right now, what we have is a vendor who works with us, T. Rucker Contracting. This business is based in District 1. And so every week, what it looks like, I will assign roughly 5-mile stretches of street that the vendors will be responsible for. But of course, I do give them autonomy to, if they can do more, then do more. But the minimum right now, we find that 5 miles is pretty doable for a week's worth of work. And so we have what we will assign a main street, being in this example, Jackson. And then we just do start, stop points, which are typically, again, about a mile distance. And so right now with our program, our vendors are primarily focused on major thoroughfares. And so they are tackling streets like Lamar, Crump, Shelby Drive, Elvis Presley, Covington Pike, and just kind of anywhere we kind of see where the need is. Next slide. And so one of the things that the vendors are responsible for doing when they get to their weekly assignment, well, the first piece is you all will see that the vendors have been giving these safety vests that are specifically branded for the program. So they do show City of Memphis Blight Zero Project Clean City, because we want residents to know that the city is, making our best effort to keep the city clean. And so what they are required to do, of course, is check the location, make sure they have what they need. They are required to make sure that they give themselves enough time. Overall, we don't do overtime or anything of that nature. So they have pretty much a true standard 40-hour work week. So they're responsible for managing that accordingly. Like I mentioned, they're responsible for taking those before and after pictures that do have time stamps, location stamps, and things of that nature. They're required to, of course, bag up the trash properly and then discard of it in the appropriate place. And of course, just make sure that the quality work that they're delivering is to the standard that, of course, the city of Memphis expects, but most importantly, citizens. Next slide. So for this program, we don't get into the grass mitigation piece. What we tend to have them do is when they go into areas where they do see a need, they'll reach out to us, or me rather, and that's when I coordinate with community enhancement, and typically it's PSC that will then do the follow-up and more in-depth cleanup. Next slide. So this is just an example of, what the vendors are required to do. So they'll take those before and after pictures. Of course, we prioritize safety. We know that our public works team primarily does gutter cleanouts, but when there is opportunity and they see fit, I do encourage the vendors to go ahead. If you see it and you have the capacity, take care of it. And so this is just what they report back to me every single week. At the end of the week, they submit a work completion form that just gives an overall view of what they did that week, along with their before and after pictures. Next slide. And so this is just about quick stats of what we've done so far. So the program officially launched on May 27th, so the day after Memorial Day. So we are now in maybe like week 15 or 16 of the program as of today. Like I mentioned earlier, we have 11 total contractors, 9 small businesses, 2 nonprofits. And our impact, that number really, I didn't have time to update it in the presentation, but when I reviewed it this morning, when we talk about our impact, so far collectively, our vendors have collected roughly 5,000 bags as of August 29th. And of course, the mileage has increased as well, but for the sake of what's on the slide, we've covered about 564 miles of just stretches of streets. And of course, all 7 city council districts have been covered. And I believe that's it.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Logan had another question.
Yes, so as I understand it, Is this the same thing as the square 25 or the 25? That's not, that's different, okay. So if a neighborhood, are you saying that you all are identifying the stretches that, and how do you determine which stretch it is?
Yes, so
In a
primarily,
district.
right. So primarily right now we are focusing on those major thoroughfares. So technically they're pretty much state maintained routes.
Okay.
The strategy is right now we are focusing on streets that pretty much everyone drives, that gets you from point A to point B across the city. Now, last month, I threw in a new approach. At the end of the month, I have allowed those vendors to do their own self-assignment, in which for that week, I let them choose what their route would be. Of course, keeping that same structure of you have your main street, and then they had to provide me start, stop locations. And so we had some vendors who covered Perkins and American Way, which are streets that I have not identified, but because they work and live in these neighborhoods, I really want to be intentional in making sure that they too are catering, because they know where the hot spots are as well. So what I plan to do is, as they self-assign, we will build that into our list of routes.
Places go. How do nonprofits or businesses apply?
So right now, our application process is not open. We opened for the vendors who are participating now. They applied in January. And like I stated, it took a longer lift to get off the ground. This was just a first-time rodeo for all of us. But now that I know how things work, my goal is that for this fiscal year, we will likely open a second round of applications, probably in October, with the goal of hitting a start date of at least January. But if I can, start beforehand, most definitely.
And how do you keep them from duplicating what the other areas are doing, or if they're not in the same space?
Mm-hmm. So because it's self-assigned through me, there is no duplication. Now, I'll be honest, right now, I have not experienced through their own self-assignments where they were both where I had contractors in the same area, but that is something that I'm aware of and kind of trying to think through now on the front end. How do we make sure we eliminate that going forward? But so far, we have not seen that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is we're taking over state responsibility, but I think that's a great thing because we have to do that to make the city look better. We can't just say they're supposed to be doing it and not doing it.
Yeah.
So this is a great thing, and particularly for a lot of us where we got a lot of state roads going through our district. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for stressing it. I know that we have to take over the state. We don't have to, but there's a responsibility that they're going to have to step up their game as well. We understand that we want our city to stay clean, but they're getting funding and money and have the resources to do that. Thank you for leveling it out, but there needs to be some communication with the state. We've leveled it out, and you need to take your responsibility. The city and the taxpayers and our dollars, we're always eating up other people's responsibility and doing what other people are being paid for and responsible for. Thank you again. My question is hotspots, and we know where our hotspots are. Is there a routine schedule that even if they, they just go back through that hotspot, and if it's okay? What I'm finding is, I know that the city is looking a little bit better. We're getting there. So kudos to all the hard work. Kudos to you, because this has not been easy. So kudos to your work and to both of you all collaborating together, coming together, working together, and listening to us and executing. So thank you so much for that. However, this is what I'm just kind of saying, and maybe we need to just kind of focus on that. Those hotspots, just kind of routinely just make sure we don't have to wait till it gets so bad again to constantly try to go up, and then we're just overworking and overexerting ourselves. If that can be on our radar, I know, just for an example, I know that this is a problem in my community. So I keep an eye on it, and we make sure that we keep it at a level space. And I hear that you say you left them Go out there and look at it and what they're doing, but making sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do. Kudos to the administration again. When I saw everybody out, I saw our CFOs, they out in the streets working, making sure this was done. Thank you. I don't know if this ever happened before, but thank you for, as the term is, boots on the ground. Seeing you all out there, thank you all for doing that in communities that were normally neglected. Thank you for doing that. Hopefully we don't have to have any more news reports about cleaning up our communities. If you can focus on those communities too that are reporting to the news that there is a trash problem, illegal dumping, we need to keep an eye on that to make sure that they don't run into that problem again as well. So I wanted just to thank you, to say that, and to make sure that we're routinely checking our hot spots and these spots do not become overwhelming to us again. So thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And just a little time check. We're looking good. I think we're catching up. And we've got a couple more council members with questions. Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
I wanted just to reiterate the hot spots so that it won't get out of control, especially on Lamar. There's several pockets. You know, that 2161 block has some high grass, and different areas between the interstate, from interstate to interstate, really. There are several areas that it just needs some, some attention to that.
I think we're going to get some of that in our next presentation. So we may want to remember we've got that next presentation to come. So,
and can I just say one thing about the routine cleanup? So one of the things that I do with my vendors, so like I talked about the routes, I have about 5 to 6 standard routes for each contractor that works with me. And right now, that's exactly what I'm doing, is just rotating those routes. So they are going to those locations in most cases about twice a month at times. And like I stated, I communicate with these vendors every single week. And so part of their reporting structure back to me is to tell me, hey, what's going on? Do we need to come back here next week? And so I do also take their feedback, and I know Director Neal, she'll speak more to what they do with their routes as well. But you all are spot on, and we've heard it before, and so I am definitely, or we're all taking that into consideration to ensure that for those hot spots and problem locations, we are frequenting those areas often.
thank you. Councilwoman White.
And this is for any of you all, when people do these big put-outs, and I feel like we talked about this before, when they do these big put-outs, is that something that, how does that work? So like when people put out mattresses and they literally empty out an entire house, how does that work in terms of pickup?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman, what we do with that situation is we go by and we tag it. That property owner has 5 days to remove that debris. If they don't remove it within 5 days, then we remove it. Then we put it on the tax assessor.
Okay, thank you.
How much do they have to pay?
It varies about the number of hours that the employees work as well as the number of loads. So it varies.
So if a person wanted to properly dispose of debris and garbage after doing a put out or any other type of thing, how does that work? Are they supposed to order some type of apparatus or what?
No, they can order a container. That's what I think you're referring to, but we don't supply those. But they can, there are several private haulers in the city that they can order that from. But if they just take it to the landfill themselves with their City of Memphis ID, that's more than acceptable.
Okay. And then, well, hold on, Dr. Moore.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say to Director Goss, Director Neal, thank you all so much for responding so quickly. When our young children were getting ready to go back to school, I reached out to them and we thought about it late, but we're going to make sure that this is an ongoing thing in the months and semesters to come. But they diverted all of their teams to make sure that the pathways and the areas where our children were going to school, they put all of their forces together. And I think Director Goss or Director Neal, I can't remember which one of you all provided me those numbers, but it was amazing what they did. They picked the schools and they made sure that our children had clear pathways going to school on their first day of school. So thank you all so much for being responsive. and moving quickly to make sure that our children had a safe, clean environment on their way to school.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Chair swearing in Washington.
I just wanted to reiterate with those set outs. We're gonna have to do a better job of communicating with our citizens that when you do have your set outs, that you can take those things to the landfill free of charge as opposed to getting a lien on your taxes, because that has gotten out of control.
Well, to your point, Councilwoman Swearengin, we are working with the communication team to develop some more informative things for the citizens. Billboard presentations, gonna be commercials. There are gonna be some fact sheets going out. There are also gonna be some stuff done with the Grizzlies, and we're also gonna pull our own solid waste employees in to assist with this. So hopefully in the next couple of months, the council should see some more active community information
In the
going on.
newspaper, I mean,
Yes,
it needs
ma'am.
to be everywhere.
But that is coming soon, though.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, we have one more presentation, Blight Task Force. Proceed, young lady.
Thank you, Karen. And Councilwoman Logan, I know we had a long list of takeaways from the Blight Task Force, and I believe I've covered everything in the presentation that we'll walk through, but if there are specific questions about any of the recommendations, then I can definitely speak to those for us. I did talk a little bit about the Community Enhancement Division, its overall creation, and our mission, of course, is to transform blighted areas into thriving neighborhoods through education, engagement, enforcement, and eradication of unsightly and neglected properties. I've provided year-to-date highlights specific to each of our major operations, and I won't read through those for the sake of time, but definitely we've accomplished quite a bit in calendar year 2025, and we'll definitely continue to report the metrics out to you. Recently, we have conducted, as Councilwoman White mentioned, the Back to School mitigation project, as well as the Raleigh tour and efforts in Westwood / the 38109 area and the Klondike area. Those have been the most recent concentrated sweeps that we've conducted.
If we could change the slides to keep up with her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
There we
the
go.
sweep spoke to what area of?
The most recent ones.
No, I mean, on the task force, we talked about sweeps. Is that the comprehensive where everybody comes together and all divisions, all entities? Okay.
Yes, and the Blight Zero initiatives that we've conducted, I did have those included in the previous presentation. I believe there were 5, and those were based on chronic dump sites identified through our environmental enforcement team. So I can talk to you about those again for the sake of time.
You said Blight Zero.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Well, not to go back through just confusing all of the everything that we talk about are comprehensive blight remediation efforts. We're all working together. I believe you asked about the Peace Project, you asked about Public Services Corps, you asked about the Blight Strike Team. So they're all initiatives and resources devoted to blight remediation.
Okay.
So each of the major projects, the same divisions are working collectively. It just kind of differs as far as the time frame, the footprint that we're addressing, but all of the efforts are surrounding comprehensive blight remediation. Public Services Corps, as you're aware, is a department under community enhancement. So those resources are committed to litter pickup. They do, again, grass mitigation with the weed eaters and the right-of-ways and the thoroughfares. They do tire pickups. You mentioned the Blight Strike Team, so that resource is from solid waste, but they've been embedded with community enhancement just to ensure that our illegal dumping mitigation operations are working together. So we've been able to accomplish more collectively working with our community enhancement mitigation team as well as the Blight Strike Team.
So through your division, it's able to be streamlined and there's no duplication. You all are working together and making sure that we are, operating in a comprehensive way and not
stepping
a
on
silo.
each other's toes. Yes,
Okay, great.
yes,
I love
ma'am.
that.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
You go ahead.
And if we go back one slide to the used tire ordinance updates, this is from our environmental enforcement team. So these are the metrics from calendar year 2025, year to date, for each council district, the number of tire shops we've identified, the number that are currently in court, those that have been dismissed, and those that are out of operation, as well as those that have come into compliance.
So if there's zeros all the way across, what does that mean?
Those cases were just originated, so they've not quite gotten to court. They're in process. We're attempting to make contact with that particular tire shop owner and hopefully compel him to come into compliance prior to us going further through the enforcement process.
Okay.
Our next slide, please. Our Somerset Apartments, that was a major project that we've started in June of 2025. Demolition is set to be completed in the next few weeks, definitely before the beginning of October. We're partnering with our one of our demolition vendors, Odom Construction, and upon completion, HCD will be working to, I believe they have an RFP out for affordable housing for that site.
And why did you include that in the, what did that answer?
We included it last time just to talk about just collectively our blight remediation efforts, and that was at the time like a pilot to just ensure that we're comprehensively addressing the problem via mitigation and leading to development, leading to affordable housing. So that's why that was included in the presentation.
So if a district has, say for instance, we have a townhome community that was torn down over there at, it's one in Raleigh.
White Owl.
Yeah, White Owl's been torn down for years. Is that what this is?
It is similar to that, yes,
okay,
ma'am.
so this is a pilot, and you'll be able to tackle those in every district. Okay,
yes,
using this
definitely.
as a pilot receivership. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And the next slide is actually related to solid waste, so I'll defer to Darius to talk through that.
Blight strike, I'm sorry. Solid waste, blight strike team data. Class 1 municipal solid waste, we took 896 tons of garbage. Class 3, which is a C and D site, there were 4,000 tons, and we collected over 21,000 tires.
The next slide is just an update on community courts. We have 3 community courts that are held each Thursday of the month. That was one of the takeaways from the strike, the Blight task force as well. We talk a little bit about anti-litter and beautification. Of course, Clean Memphis and Memphis City Beautiful spearhead those beautification efforts for us. The next slide is the year-to-date facts and highlights for Memphis City Beautiful. We have 62 parks adopted, 85 trash cans adopted. We've had 7 littering motorist reports called in to Memphis City Beautiful. 3,777 Memphians have engaged in either litter, beautification, recycling, or education events. We've had a total of 740 of those, and a little over 4,000 volunteer hours, 27 tool banks loaned, and 77 trash and recycling bins loaned out for 8 events. Solid waste.
This here information here is the 2 convenience centers that we're operating at 304 Collins and 3207 Fairsview. From July up until now, you can see that we had 464 visits, 302 tires collected, 5.51 tons of metal recycle that is, 3.23 MSW, 817 tons of C&D veg went to a class 3, 73 mattresses in July. August, you can see there's a slight tick in August. With this program, 736 citizens visit, 526 tires. We had a decline in the metal recycle tons to 496. Garbage went up to 18.99, C&D 699 tons, and we collected 175 mattresses for recycle.
Next slide, please. And the bulk, Councilwoman Logan, of the recommendations will be included in the upcoming initiatives. We're looking to expand our covert camera coverage. We currently have a little over 100, I believe 114 or 116 covert cameras placed throughout the city at chronic dump sites. We're looking to expand that. We had a great conversation with Systems LLC at the recommendation of Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. We're about to start a pilot program. So Mr. Simpson with that company has agreed to do a pilot program at 5 chronic dump sites. We're selecting those dump sites So he is going to leave them up for about 60 days so that we can determine what his product can do best for us. We've also had a conversation with another company, Wise Eye. So what we'll do is put together an analysis of just pricing and what the cameras can do so that we can hopefully deter chronic dump sites in the future. So we'll definitely be presenting that to you all. We're looking to better collaborate with community groups for prevention and reporting of illegal dump sites and illegal dumping. We, of course, have our 52 Clean hotline. We're looking to partner with MPD so that those letters that go out once those complaints come in have more teeth. If we can get Chief Davis or just, more enforcement associated with those letters, we're looking to deter that behavior. Our data-driven enforcement focused on chronic dump sites. Of course, we're using chronic dump sites for all of our initiatives, just any areas that we're constantly cleaning up, we're looking to deter behavior. We're exhausting very many resources daily and monthly because, again, it comes right back as soon as we pick it up. Our Adopt a Street initiative, we're looking to launch that in October, coming soon, October 2025. We've looked at the website and all associated resources with that, so Memphis City Beautiful will be launching that initiative very soon. Again, our increased outreach through Memphis City Beautiful before and after all of our sweeps and blight initiatives, just to ensure that we're providing good customer service. We are providing updates on those chronic issues that each of you are experiencing in your districts. So Memphis City Beautiful will lead those initiatives, letting citizens know what we're doing, letting you all know what we have going on, as well as following up once the sweeps have been done to say, how'd we do? Did we touch exactly what you needed us to touch? And if not, we will definitely give the process. We'll walk them through if it's going to court, if it's going through a receivership program, so that we can just measure our customer service so that we're meeting the needs of the citizens and definitely you all. We're also looking to send out letters to all businesses across the city from our environmental enforcement team. There's a copy of the letter on the next slide. But basically just letting citizens know what the ordinance says, letting them know it's their responsibility to clean up around their particular businesses. So this is the first draft of the letter. We're working with our legal team just to ensure that the wording is proper. So it'll go out to every business owner within the city of Memphis limits. We're also looking to implement a new operating and work order management system that will allow us to collect fees across the board, including our used tire shop fees, as well as the commercial code enforcement fees associated with those used tire shops. We also are looking to administer a grant program for nonprofits and CDCs, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who are combating illegal dumping, and that will be administered through Memphis City Beautiful and Environmental Enforcement. We are putting together educational pamphlets, door hangers, and just any educational documents that we can share with as many people as possible. And of course, that will be led by Memphis City Beautiful. Dumpster Days, if Charity has not reached out to you all, she definitely will be. So look for an email from her for any suggested locations and just dates or preferences that you have for your particular district. Legal updates from the Wolf River Task Force. We're looking to adopt those across the board for environmental enforcement. Those takeaways will not only be utilized for the Wolf River area, but we'll be applying those for all of our illegal dump sites that environmental enforcement is experiencing. Our tire amnesty program, we are figuring out how that should look. We don't want to face issues with storage and disposal, so we'll definitely be making suggestions as to how we can adopt a tire amnesty program. Also, we're looking to do a pilot program to place containers at chronic dump sites. So again, the dump sites that we're constantly cleaning up over and over again, if we can place containers there, then hopefully that person will not dump beside the container. They will actually choose to dump in the container, which will be less costly than exhausting equipment resources as we're doing now. We're also looking to utilize drones. Our commercial operation, we've been successful in using that related to commercial buildings and high rises, especially downtown, where there's compromise related to the structure and the roofs. So we're looking to gain just some spatial footage or some aerial footage related to identifying dump sites. They may be in the woods, they may be off ravines or just in wooded areas. So we're looking to utilize that technology as well. And we'd like to amend the set out ordinance. It currently was written to be administered by the Solid Waste Division, so we do want to update that and amend that. And I believe it speaks to setting the items in the actual yard, which creates a code violation. So we're definitely looking to amend that so that it makes sense and hopefully deters, again, what you all are seeing with set outs that are so aggressive in the city right now. The next slide, again, is a letter. I believe we took a look at that. That will be sent out again to all businesses, as well as the QR code updates. As you were made aware, I believe the last update that we gave, the Blight QR code was added to the convenience center flyers. We're currently working on a partnership with Innovate Memphis to implement a QR code pilot where residents will be able to see detailed info on what's happening with a set of vacant and abandoned properties in a piloted neighborhood. So we're going to start, I believe, in the Hyde Park area, and then we'll be looking for additional areas to start that program. So that is on the horizon. I believe we have a meeting coming up soon with Jessica and her team, and we will definitely provide those updates to you. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Yes, when you're sending those letters out,
yes, ma'am,
we need some letters specifically to go to the gas stations and convenience stores of their responsibility of keeping their areas clean, power washing from time to time, getting up that debris on our gas stations. But it really takes away from our city because many of them are on corner lots. So it really affects our neighborhoods. And code enforcement for them to also be aggressive and assertive with checking out our gas stations and convenience stores.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking about the Adopt a Street, it would be great to collaborate with those neighborhood coordinators because they're going to the neighborhood meetings and they can also share that information that starting October 25th would be the Adopt a Street program, but it should be something ongoing.
Yes, ma'am.
With the illegal dumping, Chief Adams, it seems as if we ought to have an attorney specifically to combat this illegal dumping, to see what could be the consequences, working with the state legislators. How can we raise some fees or something? But we're going to have to be assertive and strategic with combating this illegal dumping. And we need some teeth, some muscle, because they can only do so much.
Yes, ma'am. I think that Ms. Neal, Director Neal, Director Davis, and Chief Gibson are working with Attorney Wade as well to revise that ordinance so that you do, along with Chief Zena, so that you do have more teeth. And then, of course, I think you all approved some funding last council meeting that would help with or assist with our legal remedies or legal efforts. So I can assure you that we're very intentional and aggressive with regard to that. One of the things that you said earlier, which is appropriate about the children putting their trash in the container after they purchase, is no different than a lot of our efforts as well. We just got to make sure that we reset culture, and our culture around Memphis is clean. And I applaud this team for doing that. They have taken every effort to make sure that we have standardized and improved our process so that if we tell you we're going to be somewhere on Tuesday, we're there. We do a thorough job. We're very effective and efficient through Ms. Gauze's area. She has empowered and empaneled the citizens to keep it clean in between that time. And so with that, we're going to need more people to help us continue to do that. But the more we eliminate the dumping, the better it will be. So you will see coming before you new ordinances that will give more teeth. And then, of course, we can then quantify the additional staff, whether it's in-house or it's external attorneys that will help us go out and move forward.
Thank you, Chief.
And I'm glad to see that we will have the dumpster days. Until we can get more convenience centers, we definitely need the dumpster days. And what are we going to do about these tires? They're just everywhere.
We do want to look at the used tire ordinance as it was amended. I think the major thing that we're looking to hopefully change is requiring tire shop owners to dispose of their tires themselves. That way, we would be eliminating haulers. We would be eliminating those tire shops that allow the customer to take their tires with them. So I believe that would be a good start for us to start just compelling responsibility by used tire shops, because a lot of the tires that we do see dumped down the ravines.
Do we need to do an ordinance or something about that?
Yes, it's just amending the current used tire ordinance. So we'll definitely propose some language and bring that to you all.
It should be something like if the company buys 200 tires, they have to show in a spreadsheet exactly what they did with those tires.
And it speaks to markings, it speaks to ensuring that each tire shop has its own, I guess, identifying numbers. So we're also working through how we can enforce that. And again, just holding that particular business owner responsible for his tires.
I will commit to working on a tire ordinance immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Logan, then we have
Thank you.
Cooper Sutton, and then Green.
Thank you for that. Thank you all for this presentation. Councilwoman, we have a 10-page tire ordinance that we did through the Blight. It just was not implemented. I don't know why, but we spent months working on it, and it has those things in there that you talked about, and that's what I wanted to hear today, because some of the very things that we met months about, wanted to make sure they're being implemented. Like we talked about, we in the council at that time voted on it and all the recommendations. I know your division was a part of that, and I'm glad you're in place, but we've missed a lot of opportunity not implementing this. So whatever language is needed, that should have, make sure that that's communicated to us so we can tweak it, or you all prepare it and give it to us, because the ordinance was already written and approved.
Right.
So
all the cases that I talked about on that particular slide have been cited to court based on the ordinance. So if they're storing over 200 tires, if they're keeping those tires there too long, if they're not producing a manifest when an inspector comes through, those are the cases that we're currently showing active in environmental court. I guess the major thing that we need to amend is, as I mentioned, that responsibility for that particular used tire shop owner to dispose of his or her own tires. But the cases that we do see in court they are as a result of violation of the existing used tire ordinance.
So it would just be amending this and bringing it to us and us approving
definitely.
it. It's really simple, because we all are in agreement for whatever we need to do. But the other thing, and I'm just asking a question, why is Memphis City Beautiful not taking the lead in the education piece?
They will be. Unfortunately, that position was vacant for quite some time, and they have, for the longest, they had one permanent employee who was there, just trying to keep things afloat until we got the manager in place. So we are meeting consistently to prioritize exactly what you're mentioning, and that will definitely be happening.
So Clean Memphis will be supporting them, or how does that work? Because we just allocated money to them, and we got vacancies in Memphis City Beautiful, and they were started just for that reason. They have some very good information and a great curriculum. I'm just trying to understand why they're not our organization taking the lead, and we're putting money into them.
Definitely, and we are working to just expand what they're touching, the curriculums, the outreach programs, the educational opportunities. I do know that we've worked for years in conjunction with Clean Memphis, but definitely this is an in-house department for us, and we are focusing our educational efforts and outreach from community enhancement will be coming via Memphis City Beautiful.
Yeah, Clean Memphis, I'm not taking anything from them. They're a good organization, but if we have a department that's supposed to be doing the same thing and we're giving money to that organization and not spending it in our own area, I don't understand this. So that's something we need to revisit and expand their opportunities, because not only are they providing education, but actual beautification and going into the schools as well and into the community. So I do want to revisit that. And the social media, so I tell you what, for lack of time, if you could take the actual blight ordinance, blight,
The recommendation.
go down each one, put an answer or a response to each one and send that to me. I would
Will
greatly
do.
appreciate it. I really appreciate the update that you've given us, but there were a lot of things that you all are doing, but I can't see how it's
Gotcha.
reflected in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Something as simple as the social media influencers that we talked about being a part of the educational piece for adults.
Yes.
I know, like we give them a key to the city. Well, we also need to use their impact and their face and their ability to capture the youth in this city. They can go a lot farther than we can, and we talked about that at length in the Blight Task Force. So if you could send me that with each bullet
Definitely.
point.
Will do.
Yeah, an
Yes,
update on
ma'am.
that. I appreciate it.
Okay.
So
Thank
I'll
you.
save the rest of these for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up from Swearingen, Washington, and then Cooper Sutton. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say that those city beautiful positions should be a priority. Because those are critical positions within the city. So we need for City Beautiful to be fully staffed because we want our city to be beautiful. So let's please make that a priority to make sure that they are fully staffed.
Will do.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Chairwoman Swearingen, Washington just took one of my recommendations. That is, the City Beautiful is ours, and so I'm not going to even go over that. The next thing is, when I look at these convenience centers, these two convenience centers, and then I look from July and I look to August, what is the numbers, how they increased and how they decreased? I looked at the mattress. You went from 73 to 175. In July, there were only 73 mattresses. Recycled number. Yeah, put that back up. I just want to briefly, but then
I sort of thought that was them just gearing up. You know, they did the first month, and then the second month
and
they
then
did better.
They did, and then the second month you did better. I want to know what happened, what difference, and what are we doing as far as the community and the city can know that these are our locations. These are the locations that you can take these mattresses. What does our I know social media looks like. What does TV commercials look like? What does that look like so it can be visually implanted repeatedly in their head? I know commercials can be very expensive. I understand that. We send out a lot of literature. People get literature and you throw it in the garbage. Maybe we need to take that money and to do it and redirect it in another way, because they need to understand what I found out when I see a mattress in front of somebody's house or somebody. They really don't even know where to take the mattress to. And sometimes we're sending all this literature, we're spending a lot of money on literature, and I understand that, but a lot of this stuff goes into the garbage. So we need to kind of rethink how we want to get our information out to the people as far as these mattresses, because that went from 73 to 175. I want to know, to me, that's an increase. And I want to know what happened. Did they find out there was a new location? Did they, something? And then you have this QR code here. I think that the council need to have these QR codes. We can put them on our pages. We can help push that as well. I think we got new media personnel that is on board that can really target our different districts and what's going on and what we're seeing. And I'm going to meet with Charity because there's some money set aside. There's a big, nice little plaque thing that I want to introduce, that if you continue to let your community and your street stay looking a certain way, this is how we appreciate what you're doing, because we know that this has been a big issue. We understand that, and it's overwhelming. But however, that literature is not working. It goes straight into the garbage, but we got to do something different. We can take this QR code, give it to our media young person that we got just aboard, and maybe we can do something different and collaborate, because we got to get it out. But this increase in these mattresses, I want to know what happened from July to August. What changed? Was there a mindset change? Did they find out there was a location? And how much of these locations are we pushing to the community and to Shelby County and to Memphis? Okay,
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I will say, after I took a tour of the recycling plant, the MRF, One of the things we did talk about was the increase that does happen in August because people are moving out of dorms, or like it's just a month where there's ebbs and flows evidently to the trash. So like leaf season is really high, and that's not why I got in the queue, but that might account for some of this difference. I got in the queue because I learned something this past weekend. I did a ride along with the Memphis Police Department and saw lots of interesting things. But one of the things I saw was inside an apartment complex, the dumpsters were overflowing. There were about 6 dumpsters. It was in Camelot Manors, and they were at the point of being a health hazard, not just hadn't been emptied. So I reached out to Director Davis, and he let me know that we don't take care of those. Right. And so, wait, I should back up and say, I want to say in front of, a higher up here and on the public record, Ms. Neal, Ms. Gauss, Mr. Jones, you have been incredible every time I've reached out to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't tell you enough. Yeah. Truly, every issue that I have sent your way, y'all have taken care of for me, and I truly appreciate it. Anyway, I didn't know that this was something we don't take care of. It is something that does fall under code and the health department, and so we're working through that. And I just talked to John Zena earlier because I'm not as familiar with the code, and we all know Zena knows the code like the back of his hand. But to your point about the tire ordinance, I need to know what I need to do to these apartment complex owners to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. There were children walking around, and there was trash and flies, and truly, I thought somebody's going to get sick. And so how do we, if the answer is right now a referral to environmental court, I know where that leads, right? So I am asking you all for your area of expertise to get with Attorney Gibson and Attorney Wade, and I promise to help you work on this and to pledge my support, because what I saw that night was unacceptable, and I immediately was horrified that we had let people down, and it was not us, and not everybody knows that, right? Because I didn't know that, and I'm a city council person, but I want to make sure that we're making this a priority, because we can't just worry about what we can see. There are a lot of places that, we're not going into, like these apartment complexes, but they're affecting hundreds of families. So whatever I can do with you on that, please let me know. Oh, the shopping centers, yes.
Councilwoman, one of the things I'm wondering is we can't really do anything more than a $50 fine. Yeah. But if we could write an ordinance to where we say there is a health hazard, we're going to remove this in 2 days if you don't, and we're going to charge you what it cost us. So we're not fining you, we're just charging you the fee for removing it, and then we take that and charge the owner that fee, and then go after him in court for that. That wouldn't be environmental court.
And that's sort of the blight ordinance thought as well, right? It's more open and public, but it's, if I have to knock down your house that's, burnt up because you've left it abandoned and a meth lab exploded it, like we've all had to expend city services here, we're going to charge you for that service because we can't put it on your MLGW bill like we do with everyone else.
Yeah, we don't charge them.
It's exactly the same logic to apply, but as you all know, a lot of these apartment owners are absentee landlords. A lot of these apartment owners are not local, and it is more difficult, but I agree with you. And that's why I think these $50 fines in environmental court aren't working.
Yeah.
But it's impacting people's health and their daily life.
That was one of the reasons for putting that $990,000 to administration, to the legal, because I heard from legal that in order to combat this, you have to do it legally. And we didn't have but one attorney in the receivership, and a few attorneys doing all the work. So we have to make certain that we have done what we need to do on our end to put the money where it needs to go to get the job done. So to your point, they're working on those. You have attorneys, they're working with MPI, they're working with, all of the state agencies to make certain that we get legislation that can work, or we can have a workaround that doesn't include the old process. So allocating the money where it needs to be is going to really help.
Thank you guys for this presentation. I think we've had a lot of good comments and a lot of good stuff come out. We are now about 40 minutes overdue. So we have budget and audit before lunch. Do we have any other quick comments?
Yes.
Quick comments?
One quick
Yes.
comment. I just wanted to share that the mayor and I had done a drive-through with the solid waste division, and you all are doing a phenomenal job. Hard work.
Well, we
and we
appreciate
appreciate
that.
your service.
And Cooper Soda, you have
Thank
one
you,
thing.
and I'll close out. Thank you. To piggyback off of what Councilwoman Green has said and Councilwoman Logan, maybe we can set that $900,000 that we are trying to get this going. All these apartments, and you are exactly correct. These apartments and these dumpsters, maybe we can meet with the apartment managers. We can set up as citizens, because those are our citizens in those apartments that having to endure this hardship. They're not in control of their landlords, but the managers that are on site and the dumping process, maybe our code, I don't know, I want to make sure we can legally do this, but we're going to have to take control of that, because there's one over there off of Brains and Elvis Presley, and the dumpster, it's just hideous. But however, maybe we can talk to these managers, build a relationship. We don't want to beat anybody up, because we want to try to build a relationship for our citizens, but get them to understand the importance of getting these dumpsters dumped in a timely manner. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
And thank you, council members, and thank you again for presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Today is September 9th, and it is now 11:49 a.m. I hereby call the Budget and Audit Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Golden, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Vice Chair White.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Golden. The first item on our agenda is a resolution to create an advisory board related to public use funds for artificial intelligence properties, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
A motion from Councilman Ford, a second from Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I am honored to introduce a resolution addressing the rapid growth of our data centers and expanding the role of artificial intelligence technologies within our city. The development and deployment of data centers infrastructure, which often supports the AI applications and services, have created significant economic opportunities here in Memphis. However, the growth also brings localized impacts that affect certain communities more directly. And it is our responsibility to ensure that a portion of the revenue generated from these data centers and the AI technologies they support are allocated to public purposes within the areas most impacted. This resolution proposes the creation of a public advisory board to provide annual oversight and recommendation to the City Council on the allocation of funds derived from property taxes on data centers and AI-related properties. By establishing this board, we are committed to promoting transparency, equity, and community engagement, ensuring that these public use funds are invested in a way that benefits the neighborhoods most affected. I look forward to working with my colleagues to support this resolution, which I believe will strengthen our commitment to inclusive growth with and for our constituents as we serve them. Thank you. A resolution to create an advisory board related to the public use funds for artificial intelligent properties. Would you like to read it, or do I need to read it?
The resolution?
Yes.
I don't think you need to read it.
Okay.
Yeah, just whatever you wanted to present or say about it.
Yes. What I would like, the public advisory board assignments and details are in this resolution. I think this is very important. Our country, our nation, everything is changing. The data centers are here, they're coming, and we need to make sure that we are educated, we are skilled, and we understand the processes that goes along with it, along with making sure that our communities and our constituents are served with transparency, equality, just making sure that we do this right. This is new for everywhere, everyone, every city, every community. I'm dealing with it on a national level with our conventions that we go to. And so really talking with them, communicating with them, and we can really take some positive things out of this. They're here, they're not going anywhere. So let's move forward to make sure that we are adequately equipped to what needs to be done. And so I'm excited to present this resolution. Hope to have some sponsorship. If not, I thank those that will sponsor and be on this resolution with me. And I'm excited because our tax properties were due August 31st. And so we can look forward and get excited to move forward what needs to be moved forward on. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing this, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. I believe deeply in getting community input and, don't make a decision about me without me. And I think a lot of the controversy over what has happened in our community is that there was very little community input at the beginning of what happened here. I am too excited about what this can mean and bring to our community. So thank you for putting this together and being thoughtful about it. And I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green.
I would just like to make a friendly amendment, just in the whereas clause, so that we can know specifically what we're talking about. And I don't know the number of the resolution. but if one of our analysts can tell us that resolution that we passed regarding these funds, so that we can know what these funds, so that we can know where it's coming from or what it's pertaining to. So maybe just one whereas reference that on blank date, the Memphis City Council passed this resolution allocating funds to this area, and then that's related to this.
Sounds good. It was the ordinance that.
Thank you.
It was the ordinance. Thank you, CFO, and thank you.
Okay, and so can we accept that friendly amendment without objection? All right, thank you. Any other council members in the queue? Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. But I had a question. When do we get to see it?
We'll have it ready downstairs. We can have a copy when we do the amended version. The chair will move it as amended and we'll pass out the amended version.
Okay, sounds great.
Well, you mean for clarification, Councilwoman Walker, do you mean the draft resolution or the draft resolution with the amendment?
I guess both. I haven't seen either.
Oh, okay. Here's the resolution.
We're gonna add a.
Is it in my notebook?
I believe so, or it should be.
Madam Chair, is there anyone that doesn't want to be on this resolution? Is that sponsor? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, was that all you had, Councilwoman Walker?
Yes.
All right, seeing no other questions, this item will go down with a favorable recommendation for same night minutes. All those in favor? Right, I said what we were about to do before we took a vote, but you all said it. So yeah, all those in favor, this item will go down with a favorable recommendation with a request for same night minutes. Number 2 on our agenda is a discussion regarding amended FY26 City Council grant resolution, all council districts requested by the Budget Committee. Who you want to table? Oh, okay, is that good? Okay. Good morning. Please state your names and your name and address for the record.
Valderay Lewis, 125 North Main, Memphis City Council, Grant Office and Administrator.
Tanika Jennings, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main.
Markel Lewis, Senior Grant Analyst, 499 South Hollywood. Yeah.
You all may proceed. Thank you.
This resolution is to establish the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for FY26. We do have some information as far as how we did with FY25. During FY25, the Memphis City Council had approximately 297 applications, of which 262 were approved and 35 were deemed incomplete. Of the 262 approved, 227 received allocations ranging from $500 to $56,200. 75% reported that their funding supported youth empowerment. 15% identified multiple areas. So some of them said that they were doing other areas of that criteria other than just youth empowerment. For FY26, we did make some changes to the resolution in order to support the FY26 grant process. The application process, if it goes down with same night minutes, will go live on September 15th at 12 o'clock noon and will close on September 26th at 11:59 a.m. During this cycle, the applicants must attend a grant writing and administration workshop, which we started that on last year. It will help them to learn how to apply for and submit grant reports One of the reports that they will have to submit at the end of that cycle is the end of the year report, which is due on May 4th, 2026. The grant cycle will have approximately 4 workshops. Those days will also include Saturday morning sessions and also late evening sessions. All first-time applicants will be asked to do a 2-minute presentation and with a 1-minute time allotment for any of the members that may have questions regarding the services that are being provided. The first round of allocations will be on October the 7th, and that is 75% of your $200,000 that you have per member, with the remaining 25% during the second round on October the 21st. So they're very close. It is very important that we make sure that we have those allocations into us prior to those dates. Grantees that are allocated $5,000 or less will be notified after the final disbursement, which is October 21st. And that's to kind of help the grants accounting department out with the contracts, because if they're divided up, they will receive 2 contracts versus the 1. So if that organization is allocated $5,000 or less, then that allocation will be done at the end of the 21st meeting. They will have a contract done for just that one time. According to the resolution, the members must submit a grant certification form identifying the organizations and the amount they would like to allocate. And this will also be attached to the large spreadsheet that you all will be receiving as things are updated. It basically helps us to keep track of those organizations that you're wanting to allocate money to. Any amendment to this resolution, including but not limited to any changes in the criteria or deadlines, must be presented by resolution to the Memphis City Council and approved by a majority of the members present. And that's just to keep us on track and to keep from having so many different breakdowns and allowing so many opportunities for organizations to get it right. So in order for any extension to be done, it will have to come before the body.
Well, maybe they can answer this. I was just asking Chief Hyman about this clause in here that to appropriately track expenditures for reporting purposes, any award totaling less than $10,000 must be deposited into a separate account designated for the grant funding. And that seems somewhat cumbersome if you have less than $10,000 that you have to open up a separate account for grant funds. What's kind of the logic behind that?
Okay, we also have grants accounting here, Mr. Markell. He can kind of probably help you elaborate on that information.
So the reason behind that probably is due to when a lot of them do not like to present their bank statements at the end of the year report. And so we are asking that, if they have a separate account, that they can show all of their transactions and won't have a problem, because we get a lot of redacted bank statements, and a lot of them are hesitant of sending in bank statements because they don't want us to see all of their bank statement. And it is important that we see the whole bank statement. So that is one of the reasons why we ask for a separate account.
So I understand the logic, but I guess why does it apply only to those getting less than 10,000? I guess I don't understand that distinction. It just seems really cumbersome if you're getting less than 10,000, and it seems like that would be even probably more so of a concern for people getting more than 10,000, because it seems like their expenditures are likely to be more. I mean, is that a true concern, or is that just kind of, do y'all get what I'm saying? Is this a concern such that we need to make a request for it to be separate in that way?
CFO, 125 North Main. I think the purpose of it is to minimize commingling. I think, as many of you are aware, with federal funds, there is a strict prohibition against any kind of commingling. we borrowed that as a safety feature, but I agree with you fully, Chair, that this should extend to all funds. I haven't seen that document, but I'm not sure why it just states less than 10,000.
Can we please get Chief Person a copy of this resolution? Get Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. There are some concerns that I just want to impose, and it may not be an urgency to anyone else. But when I'm seeing at this late start for getting this grant started, because normally we are in the early part of the year, am I correct? And so September the 15th, was that the date that, and last year there were so many close, open, close, open, close. We had to close, we had to come back and open it back. So my question is, how much of a burden is this going to impose upon the grant department, getting all the legal documentations, and the funds has to be allocated by October 7th, right? And then we need the receipts by May what?
May 4th of 2026.
And there was two dates, October 7th, and there was another date, in October 21st.
And so, Councilwoman, if you don't mind, can I respond to that?
Yes, of course you may.
So last year we did have some openings and closings. And so that's why this year we're trying to be more deliberate in our approach. And in meeting with the grants team, it is more cumbersome the further apart our allotments are because it requires them to do separate contracts. So that is why we've changed it, for them to be closer in time so that they're not required to do separate contracts for each allotment. When we put them that close together, they'll be able to do one contract. So in addition to taking in some concerns that we received from members, we've also been meeting with the grants team to make sure that this is not too cumbersome for them. And that was one of the recommendations that we received and applied to the grant program this year.
Okay, and so all this is gonna include the presentations if we need?
Yes, ma'am.
If someone has to come to present. And so this will give you enough bandwidth to kind of work, and it won't be so, because last year it was just, we were just all over the place. And so shortening this is better for the grant department.
That is
because you all do the
received.
most of the work, the leg work, allocating, making sure all the paperwork is in, making sure all the documentation is completed, and we meet requirements. Okay, that's what I was just trying to, because this is such a late start, first year, the second year, getting some money, just making sure that I fully understand. Do we need to put a halt? And I don't want to cause no money, because I know people need this money.
We want to get their money.
We want to get them their money, and some of this is their sustainability, and however else it goes. But just making sure that, okay.
And, if I can, some of the other things that we covered were we wanted to give members the opportunity to write down their allotments. And so that's what's included at the direction and under the scrutiny of our legal officer. Our assistant council attorney and our council attorney, we've added that form, so it's in the packet. And it's just to ensure that there's an easy way for members to make those allocations, and they can verify. It'll go straight to Ray Lewis. It's not on there. It was in your packet last meeting, so we'll make sure we send a copy around to everybody. But it's just a simple form. So rather than sending an email and going back and forth, you'll give her an official form. And that way also, we know a lot of grants and agencies come back and thank you for your contributions. You'll have it right there in front of you, exactly what you've given, the impact you've made. People can include it in their newsletters and any correspondence they want to send out to their community to say exactly who they're giving to and how they're impacting their community. So we thought that would be a good tool for you guys to have. Also, one change we've made, we've added in a few cutoffs or deadlines. So as you know, if people don't report and they are not approved, they are banned for 1 year from the program. We've also added that if we get an indication from our finance team that they suspect fraud, they are banned for 5 years, and we did not do forever. And I'll explain the rationale, because sometimes organizations change leadership and we don't want to preclude a group from ever coming back. We've had some organizations that had a rocky start, and then through this program and through partnerships, they've been able to turn it around. So I would hate for an organization to be removed from consideration forever because of the actions of one person. So if there is fraud, we'll hold them for 5 years and not be able to apply. But once that happens, they can come back and apply, but the rules will still apply.
In addition, with our 1-year ban, we don't want people to just get the idea to apply every other year and never turn their paperwork in. So if you are on a 1-year ban because you did not complete your documentation, you can apply, but you will not receive a dime of funding until you have completed all reporting back to them, because we want to ensure that we're giving good stewards money and that we're being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And the way we can do that is through reporting. So those are the two major changes. So we wanted to, A, make sure people are engaged, and B, give us the opportunity to scrutinize this as we know all of you want to. And so with that, we do have a request for same 9 minutes on it. If it's okay, I believe it's item 30 on the agenda. If it's approved in that manner, it'll be same 9 minutes that way. Our IT team, who's been so helpful, will be able to get it up there. We will be including a list of anyone that has not solidified documentation. The grants team had a change in leadership. You may notice Latrina is not here with us. We are very sad, but we have a great team there. I believe Tracy Cole is going to be heading up the group, and Karen Hill is going to also be on that team. So we're going to send their information to you. In addition, we're going to send you all the ban lists tomorrow. It'll be included on the website when the people apply, so that way they know if they are or are not eligible. And so will all members, so there won't be any confusion.
And I will be assisting with that
Yes,
as well.
and Deputy Chief will be assisting.
Thank you, Chief Hyman, and welcome. One quick question that I had, and we don't have to get into it now, but I would like a little bit of an update on it. I know before we received, last year, when we started this process, we received a presentation on feedback from previous years in terms of how we needed to improve the overall process. There was some discussion about some modernization in terms of IT, and how we can kind of better create that system. I know we've had some financial concerns, and so I know that probably has not been looked into, but at some point I would like for us to revisit what that looks like. The other thing is probably more so for grants, and I'm not sure how this would be aligned. We also have the new joint office with City and Shelby County, and they deal a lot with a lot of the nonprofits that we allocate funds to through our grant funding, as well as some of the same nonprofits that Shelby County gives grant funding to. I would love at some point for you all to connect and collaborate to see how your nonprofits are overlapping and how you all can possibly fill in some gaps and help with those nonprofits being more efficient, so that we can also have a better read on who's doing what and who's doing what it is that we desire, so that we can have a better way to determine impact with the dollars that we allocate.
And Councilwoman Logan has also made that request, so I know that our senior analyst, Ms. Keaton, has already reached out to our internal performance accountability team. I don't know how many people are familiar with the mayor's dashboard, but they do a running list of improvements and metrics, and so we've already reached out to them to see how we can improve our reporting and our application so that there are some metrics we'll be able to capture. But I also think it would be wonderful for us to collaborate with the county group, but we have internally started that process as well. Councilman Logan spearheading it.
Thank you so much, Chief. And then I'm going to throw this one little other thing in there, and then I'm going to get to the other council members in the queue, is that also I did meet with, and JR, Mr. Coleman can give you all some more information on it, with Slingshot. Although they're one of the nonprofit organizations that we have allocated funds to, they also, their program is about building capacity in nonprofits and also tracking impact. And so they would also be a great resource for you to connect with, and Mr. Coleman will make that connection for you. So please make that introduction, Mr. Coleman. Next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Where does it mention about the second checking account?
That was on, I just gave my resolution to Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
It's on the third page. If you go down, it's on the third page. It says under grant award requirements, in the last line it says to appropriately track expenditures for reporting purposes, any award totaling less than $10,000 must be deposited to a separate account designated for the grant funding. Any award over $10,000 must be tracked via accounting software. We're going to be amending that to say all expenditures must be tracked in a separate account or via accounting software. That's going to be the amendment.
And that's what I was about to say. Can I get a motion on that friendly amendment?
Second.
Yeah.
Motion by Vice Chair Swearingen Washington, second by Councilwoman Walker. Can we do that without objection? All right, so that friendly amendment is approved. Councilwoman Walker?
Okay, thank you. And so it's just saying that the checking account has to be done within a specific time frame.
So we have had, when we have some of our smaller organizations, when we first began this process, some people were using their personal accounts. And in order to make sure that there wasn't a commingling or any hesitancy to share the full account details, we asked for a separate account. But I think we're gonna amend that to say the option is gonna be for all. There won't be a dollar limit. All expenditures must be tracked in a separate account or via accounting software.
But do they have to have the account set up by a certain time?
Yes, when they go through their contracting process.
So, I mean, does it state here within so many days to have the account with respect to the deadline? Or I don't want anybody to
I believe
miss out.
it's a part of the contracting process. In order to get the contract, they have to show proof of a software or in a separate account.
So that comes after they've been approved anyway?
Yes, after, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and finally, thank you for that. And finally, how long has the council community grant program been in existence? Better known to Councilwoman Green as slush fund, but how long has it been in existence?
2016, that's when I got here, and they've had it before, but the version that you're seeing now started in 2016.
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield the floor.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Councilwoman Walker throwing strays. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have just some questions that I don't see on here. I will say that I'm very, very excited to go ahead and get this process going. A few questions. So I see that final report is due May 4th. So even though we're starting this and allocating in October, that does not mean that we're doing this at the same time frame next fiscal year, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It has varied when we do the program. There have been times we've done it in conjunction with the budget season, sometimes right after, things like COVID and the delay.
But this doesn't confine us to doing it in the fall.
No, it doesn't confine us to in the fall.
Okay.
The end of year report has always been close in time to the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
So that's why
when
it's
we're
usually in
starting
May.
the process.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's what I mean.
We can't start until after July when the new fiscal year starts.
I know, it's September though. I just asking to make sure that we're not confined with this wording. Secondly, it says in here that under grant disbursement, that the grantees receiving $5,000 or less will get one disbursement after the final allocation in October 21st. When are the grantees receiving $5,001 or more getting their disbursement?
It'll honestly be about the same time. That was one of the changes when we moved them closer in time. It's so we can give them fuller allocations at once because we'll know their total amount.
So my question is, why put a date in here for them if we can't put a date for the other?
This would be another space where we can say all instead
I'd
of...
rather say all or none.
So we can also make an edit here.
Is that a motion for an
That's a
amendment?
motion to say that. That's a one before a motion. That's a question to the grant department. So obviously 5,000 or less was okay for after October 21. Is that okay for all? Because y'all the ones got to do it. So I want to ask before I make any motion.
Yes, that would be.
You don't have to say yeah just because I'm up here. Is it? You sure? I'm asking about capacity. Okay.
No. I mean, it would be fine. It's better to do it all in one.
All
and
together.
then to do those, yeah.
Okay, so it says after October 21, is there a time range? Is there a date range for disbursement, or that this is just saying it won't happen until after October 21?
Until, because they're in the logistics of it, they have to sign a contract. So if there's, I don't want to hold the grants office responsible for a delay that is not their issue, because we have to work with people at the.
I'm just thinking of ways how to get the money to the folks doing the work quicker, but also, beholden to the paperwork and the legality that they have to do. So if it says that if they haven't responded to the award notification within 10 business days, it'll be rescinded. Is there a way that we can put a date in there for disbursement?
The disbursement is hard because it's based on the contract, but I can.
Does everybody have different contracts?
So the disbursement,
and why?
We actually have to go through the whole process of looking at the paperwork, as well as vetting the paperwork, as well as sending it to the different departments that need to be signed. So it's about.
So this is just a response to the award notification.
Process.
This isn't the award completion process that's referred to in here. This is just a response saying, yes, I want it. This is not I did all my paperwork, now cut me the check. That's not what this is. Okay.
And that's more so for the members, because if someone doesn't respond and you have additional funds, they want to be able to let you know so you can allocate it to a different group.
Okay. Can we give a disbursement date range in here since we're dating everything else for this fiscal year?
We could, but
only because last year they didn't get their money till such a long time, and it was just really a lot. And if we're asking for final report, Chief, because if we're asking for final report in May and folks don't get their money to January, February, March,
I fully understand. But to Mr. Lewis's point, it is a largely variable issue, and it's largely related to the process flow. So people have varying times at which they submit information, and it's also varying times through which the contract process moves through. So I think it would be hard to legislate from this position what the timeframes may be. What may be a suitable solution, though, is from the end of the contracting period, there is a set time which you could specify, say, from the time that the contract is validated, you have a 30-day window to disperse the funds. But a hard and fast
No, that's what I meant, a date. That's why I said date range.
Yes, ma'am, but even like a range would suggest, April, January to April, that would even be tough. You would want to say so many days after the end of the contracting period, and that would be the only way that would make sense.
Would it be as a compromise okay to give a range and say subject to the full completion of the contracting materials from the grants department? We can give a range, but I want everyone to know that the range won't supersede the need to turn in
the need to do your contracts.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so then let's break this up a little bit. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, let's entertain your
I want to finish it, Jerry. I was trying to understand if I put the motion in there.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's why I was asking for the clarification. I know you're trying to move on, but I just want a way for everybody here and the organizations to be held accountable, but mainly with the ease of it, because the last few years haven't been easy on any of us, right? So if we can give a day range, the contract period is 30 days, and if we're done October 21, so can we say disbursement range between December 1 and whenever folks leave for the holidays, 2025?
Look, can we extend it? Because the holidays tend to be a difficult time for people to be in office.
But a lot of folks expected this to come July and August, and a lot of people are talking about programming for the fall and the winter, and we already started late last year. I'm just trying to see how for folks who are doing the work, for them to be able to do the work without the burden of not having any funding for particular programs or outreach that folks are doing in our district. And for us to be able to also do the paperwork and the legalities that we need to be. So I'm basing it off the dates you gave. So if we're done with final allocation October 21 and you said contracting period is 30 days and they have 10 days to answer, that's December.
But I think we have to teeter a line of being swift and also being fiscally responsible, because there's no way we can guarantee we'll get things in. But I know from working with the grants team, they do it as quickly as they can. They're not delaying. And so I know that for our team and their team, we get a lot of feedback and we work very hard with them to get the stuff in. But people want the money before they turn in their contract. And that's something we just can't allow.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure we are clear that the contract has to be done and give a range that.
No, I think we can be both. Well,
so can we do?
Well, Chair, I won't make a motion. I literally just based that off of everything you just said. So I won't make the motion, but I will just belabor the fact that we don't want this to be burdensome. We want it to be something that we are able to do and discretionary allocate within our districts in our city to get the work done. But it's hard when everything isn't as clear as it was made out to be in the beginning. Yeah. And so that'll circumvent us from getting dozens of emails and phone calls saying you want the report in May, but you didn't give me the check till February 28th, right? That's kind of...
And I think that we were responsible for that this year. We allow people to do second reporting and review, and even with that, we had over 100 organizations that didn't turn their paperwork in. And so that issue also bleeds into the contract period. So I promise you they're working very hard, and I know...
No, I know they are.
These gonna make them do it as quickly as they can.
I just wanted to try to get a date range. So hopefully we'll be able to, for the folks who are doing what they're supposed to do, turning their stuff in, hopefully we are able to get it to them before next year. So I won't make a motion, Chair.
Thank you. And I guess that's another challenge for you, is to help us with some of these deadlines moving forward. So I'm sure that'll be on your list next year when you present and tell us what we need to do better. Yeah. We have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue.
I'm going to recall my question. I'm good. Is this, is it 250,000 or 200?
200.
That's what I thought I heard you say. It's 200,000.
And if there have been any changes, I know some members have used some of their funds ahead of time. We'll make sure you're aware of those.
Thank you.
Seeing Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. I know there was a reference to the IT portion related to the mandatory workshop. So last year, how were applicants handled who said they couldn't get into the workshop, and how will that be addressed this year, should it occur?
So each time there was a workshop, we had 2 staff members that were available to help them get into the workshop. I myself helped on a Saturday morning. And for every person that said they couldn't get in, there were 40 to 50 people in the workshop. So sometimes there are technical issues. We've even went so far to speak to someone on the phone while they were in their car to help them get on. But we also, I think we want to say, added 2 workshops last year when people said they had issues. And this year we've intentionally made one on a Saturday morning and late in the evening to accommodate people's work schedule. So, but if you do miss the 4 published ones, you are ineligible, because it really puts you behind the curve in reporting and the ability to apply and stay within the guidelines we have set forth. But, we try to make all accommodations for people, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, sounds great. I yield the floor.
Thank you so much. Seeing that there are no other colleagues in the queue, we have the amendment.
She said she didn't need to make.
No, the amendment that I made. So we already approved that. Yes. So all those in favor of sending this item down with the favorable recommendation with the friendly amendment with same night minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That ayes have it. The Budget and Audit Committee is now adjourned.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
And Chair Swearingen Washington.
Here, thank you. We have some items here on our agenda. The first item is a resolution approving an honorary street name at the change of Scott Street from Broad Avenue to Nathan Avenue for Mr. Noble Owens, Senior, District 5, Super District 9, and it is sponsored by Councilman Warren, and there's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Spinoza and seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren, you are recognized at this time.
This gentleman was brought to my attention by State Representative G.A. Hardaway, and evidently has been very influential in his local neighborhood, and I think this is an appropriate honor. We will get the specifics when we read his recommendation downstairs.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Let the record show that Councilwoman Attorney Green is here today, joining us. All right, item number 2, PD 25-03, 3806 Poplar Avenue, District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilwoman Green. It has been seconded by Councilwoman Walker. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? If so, please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Warder, Division of Planning and Development. This is a request at 3806 Poplar Avenue in Districts 5 and Super 9 for a new 6-lot single-family plan development. So here on the map, you can see where we are. We are on Poplar, on the north side of Poplar, north of the university, near Galloway Golf Course. This is a proposed 6-lot single-family development with a shared drive. Again, here's an aerial of the site. We're on the north side of Poplar at the university. We and the Land Use Control Board are recommending approval of this item, and there's 2 key findings that support our recommendation. First is that this is the same number of units that could be built by right with no approval needed other than a building permit, but this is a preferable design to that scenario. And secondly, that we find this proposal to be consistent with Memphis 3.0. So here's another aerial map showing the site location. Again, proximity to the University of Memphis. Here is their site plan. You can see 6 single-family homes, 1 sort of T-shaped shared drive that exits on the Poplar. I will note that it is slightly different from the one in your staff report. The parking for Unit 1 has been moved to the rear, so it is slightly different. But additionally, staff's recommended conditions, as they're written, will require this rear fence to be at least 10 feet in height, something I believe they've agreed to. First, our number 1 finding is that 6 units could be built here by right. This is technically 3 lots. It was subdivided in 2021. So just by pulling a building permit, they could do 6 units here by right. What that would get in that scenario is 3 driveways on Poplar. We think this shared drive is a much better design, and so it's therefore an appropriate use of the plan development as a tool. Secondly, talking about consistency with Memphis 3.0, this area is designated anchor neighborhood, primarily single unit for the future land use. What does that mean? It means, primarily single unit, single family, but it calls for locating housing near services and jobs. This is consistent with that because it's across the street from what is East Memphis's biggest job center. And so we find it to be consistent. So both staff and the Land Use Control Board are recommending approval subject to the outline plan conditions, which I'm happy to go through if you'd like. A lot of them are boilerplate stuff, but if there's any questions.
Okay, we see that there is approval with conditions. Councilman Spinoza, are you in agreement with this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, real quick, I'd just like to hear from the individuals
Okay.
at the table real quick. I think it'd be good for them to share just a brief story on this.
All right, give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Anita Archambault. I'm with ETI Corporation, 1755 Linwood Road, Suite 100 in Memphis, Tennessee, of course, 38119. As noted, we're seeking approval for this planned unit development, which is seeking the approval of 6 detached 2-story single-family homes located along Poplar Avenue with a density of about 4.6 units per acre. As noted by staff, this development would by right allow for a single-family detached with additional 3 ADUs or accessory dwelling units by right, not necessarily requiring any board or council approval. Through this planned unit development application, we are really achieving what we believe with the same unit count, but as mentioned by staff, with superior site design and managed traffic flow and traffic management in terms of the driveway that an individual lot development just could not achieve on its own. And I do want to mention that the developer, Mr. Eccles, this project just exemplifies what a planned development process really entails in seeking input from the citizens and adjacent property owners. Back in April, this development was actually 11 units, met with the property owners adjacent, the public meeting, reduced it significantly, reduced the attached unit component, further met with the neighbors and continued to refine the development so that it met the concerns of the neighbors adjacent to the properties. And that included, reducing the units to 6 detached single-family homes, increasing the height of the fence in the rear yard, creating some enhanced iron fencing along Poplar Avenue, just in all to create a more cohesive sightline along Poplar Avenue. So we're thrilled that planning staff and land use control board did do the review, did recommend approval of the conditions. We are in agreement with the conditions that were placed, and we believe that this proposal satisfies all the planned unit development criteria.
Thank you. And just real quick to put a bow on it, I want to thank Mr. Eccles. I guess that was in April when you started meeting with everybody, and I got calls long before that. It's not literally down the street, but close enough to my house. So there were a lot of neighbors, a lot of skepticism, and it was really like the perfect example of how to do this. I mean, you met with the neighborhood over and over and over again, made a ton of adjustments, and I think everybody's negotiated to this point, so thank you. I begged them to figure this out before it came to us. So I believe everybody's good, and I just want to thank you for that publicly. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for your due diligence. If there's no further, yes.
Exactly where on Poplar is this? Which block? What's the streets it's between?
Poplar and Redbird Lane.
Okay, but the bigger streets, like the cross streets. Where's like Goodwin? Where's
approximately.
So it's in that long block from Highland. So it's between. So Galloway's north of it. Okay, and so this is that one section in that long drive. Okay, thank you.
All right, since we've had that discussion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 3 is PD 2025-009, 3156 Covington Pike, District 1, Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr. and seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. All right. Let the record show that Councilman Ford is here, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and Canale was here. All right. Those who are able to speak on this item, if you will please give us your name and address for the record. Also, Councilwoman Logan is here. And Councilman Canale is back again. We're so glad to have you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Travian Smith. I work with Division of Planning and Development, and I'm a planner. Today we'll be talking about PD 2025-009. The applicant for this case is James Skeffels, and the representative is Corey Brady. The location of this site is located at 3156 Covington Pike. It's located within District 1, also in Super District 9. And the request for this application is to develop a 30 single-family detached cottage-style homes. To go a little bit more in detail, the location of this site is located along Covington Pike. The nearest the nearest major road is Stage Road, so it's just north of Stage Road. And then on the right, as you can see, is a vicinity map where border notices were mailed to. And here are more maps that basically demonstrates the zoning context of the site. As you can see, is located within single family R10 zoning, and the land use map is shown, and as you can see, is surrounded by mostly single family homes. Here are a few site photos that basically demonstrates what is existing on the site as of today.
Oh, that's nice.
This slide basically gives you a lot layout and just the architectural style of what the cottage style homes will look like. As you can see, it has it's a single family home with 2 parking spaces in the front, and it's facing a street. This is in Councilmember Logan's district. According to Memphis 3.0, it is consistent with the plans for the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. Here's the concept plan of the site, which basically gives a layout of each lot. And as you can see, based on the designs, there will be internal streets that will be built within the residential neighborhood. In conclusion, this site was built based on the residential single family R6 district. Each lot has a 20-foot setback from Covington Pike and a 25-foot roads. 25-foot roads will be built inside the PD. There will be one access entry that will be from Covington Pike, with the exceptions of lot 27 through 30. The proposed lots are in alignment within the UDC. Everything is incompatible within the neighborhood in accordance to the UDC and the proposed development, and it is met within good character of the neighborhood within traffic conditions, parking, etc. DPD recommends approval with revisions to the outline plan, and then Land Use Control Board has approved this with revisions to the outline plan as well. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
It's good to know that there was no opposition to this project. It looks good. What's going to be the prices for these homes? Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Jordan Pinkney. The address is 3156 Covington Pike, Memphis, Tennessee 38128.
If you could get a little bit closer to the mic, please, so that the
pull it towards you. Oh yeah, Jordan Pinkney. The address is 3156 Covington Pike, Memphis, Tennessee 38128. And the prices of the homes will be in the mid 200 range. The mid 200 range.
Like 250 when you say mid?
Yeah, anywhere from 250 to 265.
Okay. Is there anything else that you feel that we need to know about the project?
Really not at this time.
Okay.
No, ma'am. My name is Corey Brady, 9967 Bentwood Creek Cove, Collierville, Tennessee. There's nothing to add. We'll answer any of your questions. We did have a neighborhood meeting on this that I think was very robust and good turnout. And so we're very pleased with Land Use Control Board's recommendation and hope to earn your support as well.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a project that's in our district, and I appreciate them for reaching out just to kind of see what they needed to do. And as Councilman Spinoza said, that's one of the most important things you can do when you come into a neighborhood. And I attended the meeting. The community, they were very well received in the community. There were some things that the community asked for and they agreed to, such as a fence and some other things, and making certain that the landscape around the front is there in place, and they were more than willing to make make whatever concession needs to be. They asked about, they asked a lot of questions, so, and they stood there 10 toes down and answered and made the concessions that need to be made. We're hopeful for this development. We want to see it in everybody, all districts and across Memphis, attainable homes for working families. I share with them there are always resources for low income or affordable housing, but working families, we don't normally see that, and we're excited to have that. Especially, we've had Nike, Amazon, Methodist Hospital ask for homes or housing for their employees, and so we're excited to see it happen, and we will be watching and participating on every step of the way. So thank you, I yield back. I hope you all will support this as well.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Well, I'm happy if the district, Councilwoman Logan is happy. I just have one request, and it's probably just going to be just across the board that you'll hear me say moving forward when people come and are interested in building affordable housing. What I found very interesting is people who never have been homeowners, they don't purchase lawnmowers and say they don't know the importance of keeping, when you move into communities, of keeping your property and your lawn groomed in a certain area. So I think that's something we need to talk about. And when I saw the picture, the lawn was immaculate. My grandma still gets 96 years old, still wins yard of the year. She's not doing it though, but she still gets it. But if Councilwoman Logan is pleased and happy in the community, I totally concur.
Yeah, they asked about, we discussed the HOA, having an HOA and making certain those types of things are included as
in
well.
place. Yes.
Great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Warren?
Yeah, that was the thing I was going to bring up. Two things. One, as we're moving forward, having an HOA that allows you to keep out short-term rentals and people who are purchasing the property just for short-term rentals, now's the time to do that. And you can do it in such a way that you keep the streets public, keep the infrastructure public, but just do the HOA as you start this up and sell. That'll make a huge difference, because the next economy downturn, we've lost entire neighborhoods to big venture capitalists that have come in and bought this. And I had the pleasure of going to Mr. Skeffos' wedding. He's a great guy, and he's done a lot of good for Memphis, and I'm pleased to see this project come up. Thank you very much.
Can we add that as a condition, that they have a homeowner association?
Brett Ragsel with DPD. Yes, we can look at the conditions and see what we have, and if we need to, we can add that.
Just y'all come up with something, but the key thing is you want to protect that community from people buying it that aren't going to live there and are just buying it to rent out, and then you're going to have a neighborhood.
Yes, sir, Mr. Warren.
You got to do it on the front end.
You sure do.
If you do it on the front end, you're protected. That's the one thing we've learned, because we haven't been able to do it on the back end here yet.
Thank you both for the comments. We actually spoke to those comments at the neighborhood meeting pretty extensively, and there will be an HOA, and we specifically address short-term rentals in those provisions.
Sounds good. With no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 5 is SUP 25-018. This is 1507 Airways Boulevard, District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Walker. Can I get a second? It's been seconded by Councilwoman Green. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item? If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Masono Studnia with DPD. This is a special use permit to allow a funeral home. It's located.
Madam Chair, I think item number 4 was the funeral home. I think we're doing item number 5 right now. Is that correct?
Is it 5?
Yes, it's item number 5.
We'll go back to.
Did we skip 4? No, it was 4. Didn't I say Lamar? Oh, okay.
We can do item number 5 if you want, and then we'll go back to 4. Does that work? Because the applicant for item number 5 is up here, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
We'll do that.
I'm sorry.
these happen to both be Ms. Ostania's cases, so.
Okay, so we're on item number 5.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mason Ostadnia with DPD. This is a special use permit to allow used vehicle sales. It is located within District 4 and Super District 8. The subject property is located between Airways Boulevard and also Lamar Avenue. The zoning is CMU1 and the land use is a mixture of commercial and residential. In 2015, another special use permit was filed, which was the exact use, and it was rejected in Land Use Control Board. And before it makes it to the City Council, the applicant decided to withdraw the case. Since then, since there hasn't been much changes in the area, we believe that the rejection was a good decision, and it still complies because the use is not in compliance with the district. Here are a few pictures of the site. This is a view from Diedrich Avenue and also Airways Boulevard. From looking from the Diedrich Avenue, you can see that the applicant has installed some fencing, and also there is a shipping container that has been added to the place without getting the legal permits. Also, it is worth to mention that there has been an enforcement case filed for illegal use and operation of used tire sale and also towing without impound lots. Looking from the Riley Avenue, we can see that it has been gravel, the area has been gravel, and 10 parking spaces has been added to this area, which also required to get some legal permits, and also an ASPR was required, which was not filed, and this is an illegal use. Let's see. Also, this is a site plan that the applicant has submitted to us. Memphis 3.0 believes that this is an inconsistent use. Both DPD and also Land Use Control Board rejected this case. And here is a list of conditions, as you can see. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I know this area very well. Mr. Bacchus, what are we going to do to make this area beautiful?
Thank you, Madam.
Give us your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Brian Bacchus, 5320 White Diamond Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. Mr. Dickerson here, I want you to introduce Mr. Dawson Dickerson, who is the applicant.
I'm Dawson Dickerson. Greetings. My address is 3147 McGivney Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38128. And the property that I'm working on is at 1507 and 1511 Airways Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, if we could get our presentation loaded on the screen, we'd be very happy to kind of explain to you where we are and how Mr. Dixon got here. On the front end, I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me the time to explain this project. The SUP, as I stated, is for a special use permit. The zoning code does not have anything in it that talks about used car dealership. It's either motor vehicle sales or motor vehicle service. So that in itself is misleading. What we were requesting is motor vehicle sales and service, as well as repair as accessory. The bulk of his business is primarily motor vehicle sales and service. Mr. Dickerson can do motor vehicle service today, without a special use permit. That's allowed by right in the CMU1. What he's asking for, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, is accessory use for service and repair. You can't have, most dealerships have service and repair today. You go to any major dealership in this city, they have repair and they have service at their shops. It's accessory use. The zoning code allows it. So I just want to get that on the front end. This is flying about 5 to 10,000 feet in the air. You see the property is in the Lamar Airways area, close to Lamar Airways Shopping Center. This is at the edge of an existing neighborhood at that location. This property is at the west side of Airways Boulevard, just south of Lamar. Next slide, please. And somebody driving this? So these are photos we want to share with you. The one to the left, that's the fence he's putting in right now. You can do, this zoning is CMU1. He can do site improvements today. He can do that without going through any special permit process. And that's a view along this west line. The next photo with a public notice sign, that's a view along Riley Alley. The other view where the public notice sign is located, that's a view looking north along Airways. And the other view is looking south on Airways. Next slide, please. This is a view looking west along Dedrick Avenue, and the other view is a view looking east toward AutoZone, as well as the view next to that will be adjacent single family where he's installed his site-proof fence. And he's in the process of putting in his landscaping and screening in accordance with CMU zoning today. You can do that without a special use permit.
How long will that take?
I'm not sure, but right now is the best time to do his landscaping. It's the fall of the year. This is the best time to put in landscaping. We're trying to catch it before it gets winter. So I would imagine he's working on it, I would say within the next couple months.
Do you have any pictures of how it's going to look?
Yes, ma'am. We do have a site plan that we want to submit to you. These are views. We want to show you what's in the area. AutoZone, Walgreens, and single-family homes are facing across the street. Next slide, please. This is the view of the subject property. Zoning is CMU1 on a major road, major arterial, Airways Boulevard, double frontage lot, adjacent to a public alley, one-story brick and frame metal accessory building, 2,400 square feet total. Total lot area, almost a half an acre. A half an acre. So surrounding land uses, adjacent land uses, retail, commercial with pharmacy, automotive, parts store, carry-out restaurant, and small lot residential. Existing land use conditions in the surrounding area have established a mix of small and large retail and service-oriented uses that serve the larger neighborhoods to the south and southeast. Mr. Dixon is trying to serve the larger neighborhood. Adjacent developments, retail pharmacy, retail automotive parts. Next slide, please. So this is the important part of this. Use category, vehicle sales and service. Principal use, all vehicle service permitted by right in CMU1. Those other uses below that where it says vehicle service, including audio and alarm system installation, he can do those things today. He doesn't need a special use permit to do that. He can do those things today. The part that we're asking for is motor vehicle sales and repair. The next category, accessory uses, associated office, off-street parking, sales of parts, towing, vehicle storage, EV charging station, vehicle service, and vehicle repair are permitted accessory uses to vehicle sales. Accessory to that. The code allows it. The zoning code allows vehicle service and vehicle repair as a permitted accessory use to vehicle sales. Okay?
Okay, for the sake of time, let me get a couple of council people in and we're gonna move on.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, if I might, I'll be finished in about 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe a minute, maybe. Next slide, please.
We don't get behind.
So this is the site and landscape plan. This is what the site will look like eventually. It's gonna take time for these plants to grow. We know that. He's gonna install them at the required, size, but it's gonna take time for his site, for these plants to grow. We've modified the landscape screens to fit his site. Every landscape screen in the ordinance doesn't fit every site, especially when you got new existing buildings and existing. This is not new construction. These are existing buildings. You have to make the zoning code fit the site. That's important because you can't do it any other way. You have to go out and look at the site and see what's out here to kind of tell you what you need to do and modify. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the property is double frontage lot, located on a hard right corner, within walking distance of other compatible uses. Residential subdivisions immediately south and west coexisted in this area for decades. Large number of commercial and industrial developments in proximity supports the special permit for motor vehicle sales and service. Surrounding land uses coincide with the permit in special permit requests in CMU1 zoning, including the accessory uses. Site plan will permitted uses will be submitted for HP administrative site plan review by staff, subject to council approval, and prior to issuance of a permit. That's the conclusion of my presentation, Madam Chairman, and I thank you for allowing me to present this case to you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say a business, and it may not be this business, but I don't know how we can help our communities against this type of behavior. But anyways, a business was approved to do sales right there on Stage Road, the one that was yellow building that's zoned for accessories or whatnot, parts or whatnot. But they actually, once, they didn't even come to us. They just, opened up, and they're doing car sales, car rentals, car repair, and so nobody's there to, tell them. Nobody's there to tell them. They even got a cease and desist from doing business or whatever code does, but they kept coming. They just kept building. They kept coming. They kept doing whatever they want to. So we really have to be mindful of it, even though the Land Use Control Board or code or may say something, but if there's no one there to monitor it or to, make sure they're abiding by it, they're going to just continue to do what they want to. So I really, and this may not be the case, but it reminded me of the situation that we're having in my district, where the automotive industry or those that, do the car parts and it's supposed to just be parts, who monitors that it's not going to be anything else? Or who's responsible for that?
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. So if there is a business that's operating that we believe is not in compliance with the code, then we can visit that business and issue a citation if it's not in compliance. If they don't have the proper permits or the proper certificate of occupancy, then that would have to go through a process to get into compliance, either just by choice, by being in compliance with the code, or seeking an entitlement. So if there is a specific one, we can go and look at it. We do have inspectors that are in the field, and sometimes they do come across things that they initiate the citation. So it happens both ways.
So the citation, though,
Wait a minute.
how much do you have to pay for the citation?
Well,
if they're convicted, $50.
Can we follow up on that later, because we can ready to get behind?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Can you contact her so you can get the address?
And it's
follow
not
up?
just for me, it was for this, we have to vote on this, and so that, I just wanted to put that out there because that does happen in some cases.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just was looking at the surrounding businesses, and I know in my neighborhood, we've got, a garage. It's right in the middle of the neighborhood. It's the local neighborhood garage. And people take their cars there to get them fixed and to get their services and stuff like that. And I'm just wondering, is that what he's thinking about having this thing be? Is it going to be like sales with a neighborhood garage, or what is the long-term business plan? Maybe the applicant could speak.
Yes, sir. My long-term business plan is to provide the community with sort of a full-circle automotive service center. I would like to sell vehicles, I would like to service their vehicles, and I would like to provide roadside assistance 24 hours a day for the local community.
So you'll have a tow truck there.
I have one, yes.
And that's going to be parked inside your facility
Yes,
when
sir.
it's not out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much of the local? I see by right you can use street parking. Is that what that sign meant?
I do not plan to use any street parking. I have 2 lots. One of them is vacant, just mostly parking.
Okay. So I guess that was my thing for people to think about, is if what he's doing is building something that would be a local garage for people to use and also to buy cars, that may be beneficial. So And it seemed like this is a little bit different from what Mr. Bacchus was telling me from someone who's come in, and he's here in front of us asking us for this.
Yes.
Instead of doing what's been going on
Behind
in
the scenes.
Rhonda's district, Councilwoman Logan's district. So I appreciate you doing that, and I'd like to hear what the rest of my council members think. Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming and for this information thus far. I was just curious. I pass this location a lot. How long are you purchasing? Have you purchased or are you leasing this property?
Well, I have committed my life to this property and my life savings. So I am purchasing it under a property purchase agreement with the owner. So it's a 15-year purchase agreement, and so I'm stuck here for a while.
Okay.
I could lose it all in 30 days as well. So I've done all of this upgrading to the property, allocated my life savings to this property, and you know, yeah, I'm just.
That's fine. That's fine. So it's like lease to own.
Technically, I guess, but
really,
I have a property purchase agreement.
Really, the reason why I'm asking is that over the years, nothing stays at that property, and I was just wondering if there are any issues with the property.
When I moved there, the existing structure was severely blighted, and I had to just get it, usable. I had to repair a lot of piping and everything, not including any of the upgrades I made to start and open the business. So yeah, he didn't provide me with any type of assistance. It was just, I gave him a down payment and we worked out the terms. And I did the research I did, and from what I understood at the time, which was incorrect, I could operate and start business under a business activity license. That's very misleading. I paid for the business activity license for that specific address, and I thought that would allow me to conduct business activity. So now they shut me down. I've been shut down for about 3 months now, and I've been dedicating around the clock to make this site compliant. And I've been doing everything I can.
Okay, one more question. As far as the 2 lots, if you get approved and you're fully successful and you have all these cars and the 2 lots are full, what's going to keep you from using the street for parking?
Well, currently I only plan to utilize maybe a third of my existing property for parking. So that would be years in the future. And if it does come to that, I would gladly relocate at that point. I wouldn't never try to impose in the public right of way.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
All right. Councilwoman Cooper.
Thank you, and I'm gonna make it short. This is in your district?
It is.
This is our district?
Yes.
Okay. And you're okay with it?
I'm okay. That area needs an uplift.
Okay.
It really does.
And how long have you been there? Maybe I've missed it because I came in. How long have you been there?
I've been there since November.
Oh, you're brand new.
Brand new.
But he's
you're
from
a young
Raleigh.
Man. You're a young man, and I'm just looking at that. We just had another young man sitting
Aren't
there.
you from Raleigh?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're from Raleigh?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's from Memphis.
Okay. So, all right. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Question,
He already approved.
Can we do this with same night minutes tonight?
We can do it with,
He needs to get the
okay. With same night minutes, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
We don't do it for other P&Z cases. I'm opposed to it.
I think this is just because of his business situation.
A lot of people would say that.
Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. The applicant had sent us just recently some proposed revisions to conditions. Also, the site plan that was presented, we have not seen yet. So I understand.
Okay, so we won't do same night minutes. We won't do
I
same
would
night
like
minutes.
to have 2 weeks to
All right,
work
this is
through
the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We will now do item number 4. Item number 4 is SUP 25-21. That is 2279 Lamar Avenue, District 4, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford, second by Chairman Ford Canale. who from the administration is here to speak on this item. If you would please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Madam Chair, we're trying to get to the presentation here. Having slight technical difficulty.
Good afternoon, Mason Ustadnia with DPD. This is a special use permit for a funeral home. It is located in District 4 and Super District 8. The subject property is located in between Lamar Avenue and Airways Boulevard. And the current zoning is CMU 1. In 2020, it was a CMU 3 and it was downzoned to CMU 1. The surrounding land uses are a mixture of commercial, residential, and industrial. Here are a few pictures of the site. And this is the site plan that the applicant submitted to us. They have provided 29 parking spaces, landscaping along Lamar Avenue, enclosed dumpster, and striped parking spaces. Memphis 3.0 believes that this is a consistent use with the surrounding uses and the future development. Both DPD and also Land Use Control Board approved this case with 2 conditions. All the permits shall be obtained within 5 years, and also an ASPR needs to be filed to be reviewed by Division of Planning and Development. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Can you go back to the previous picture? I thought you had one before that. There you go. Oh, okay. All right. We would like to hear from the applicants at this time, and then we want to hear from our chairman, Ford Canal.
Good afternoon. I'm Madeline Lyles. Address is 2207 South Lauderdale, Memphis, Tennessee, 38106. Just to introduce ourselves, we're Afterlife Mortuary Services, Madeline Lyles and Dana Taylor. We will be celebrating 7 years of business on October 8th this year, but we've been morticians over 17 years. We're needing to obtain the special use permits to have more space, to relocate for more space to provide our funeral services to the community, as well as our community initiatives that we have, like our summer camp for the youth and young adults, and some of the other initiatives we have planned for the adults, as far as like pre-planning and just being knowledgeable of death and preparation for it when it does arise.
Chairman Ford Canale, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, as you have heard, Ms. Lyles and Ms. Taylor are in the same industry that Councilman Ford Sr. and myself are in. I have known Mel for many, many years, and I know her and Ms. Taylor to be good, honest, reputable people in the community. They would be an asset to the neighborhood. They are very involved in the community, especially with our youth, and I think this would be certainly a great addition to District 4. They are a true success story, women-owned, started and operated business, getting ready to celebrate 7 years, and true role models for our youth. So I give them my full support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Mel has been my little girl since I've been in Memphis, taught her Sunday school. And she has traveled with me during the time that I was heavily in ministry. Ms. Taylor and Mel are reputable. They are definitely, I've just seen you just develop into a beautiful young woman. I remember your aspiration, what you talked about, what you believed God for, what you prayed for, and here it is for you both. And you have, as I concur with Council Chairman Ford, you have my 100+ support. I'm so proud of you ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ford Sr.
Appreciate you. Hey, you might have grown up with her. She was one of my students.
Okay.
And if you come from me, everybody know about you.
All right.
Okay? One thing about Eleanor, they not only serve themselves, but they serve a lot of other funeral homes here, doing the embalming and everything else. You don't have many embalmers, okay? Only a few. You know about that, Canale. I'm going to train you. I told you, I got to train him how to embalm. You know, but yes, but very reputable. And hey, y'all need the extra space, everything else, and that's a perfect spot for you. You know, and hey, I'm 100% behind all of this. I appreciate you very much because, yeah, you know, I done got old. Y'all got to help me too. But not only that, you know, she does a lot of things out of town, doing all of our conventions, everything else. So they do quite a few things for the funeral industry, okay, and all. And even sell fluid. Real good fluids. Okay, instead of all brand fluid. Okay, but I just want to say that we said they all right. We all good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized at this time.
So real quick, I've experienced a lot of death in the past year, past 18 months or so. I will say this, me and Councilman Ford had this conversation. I think I had it with Councilman Canale as well. I think we just have to do a better job, and if you're in this field, understanding there's a science and a skill set when it comes to properly preparing people to go to rest. So first of all, I want to commend them publicly. Look forward to you continue to do good work, and I'm going to be in full support of this project and ask my colleagues to do the same thing, and that's without throwing any shade to anybody else.
All right. Those
So
in
y'all
favor?
know I would throw shade.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Item number 6 is S 2025-010. That's 4696 South 3rd Street, District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, second by Councilman Dr. Warren. Anyone from the administration here to speak from this item? If you'll please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Travian Smith, and I'm here with Division of Planning and Development. Today we'll be speaking on S 2025-010. The appellant for this case is Dr. Lynette Williams, and the representative is Wesley Woodridge. The location of the site is 4696 South 3rd Street, and it is it's in District 6 and Super District 8. The purpose of this request is an appeal of a Land Control Board approval of a re-subdivision of Lot 1 of a Save-A-Lot subdivision to create 0.82 acres on the Lot 3 on the north end of the site. So we don't have to go through this presentation anymore since this is an appeal and it's coming back to committee. So we're just gonna skip through and basically go through, again, the conclusion of the site was that it was a major re-subdivision and it was subdividing the lot. Lot 1 is being reduced in order to create Lot 3, which is on the north end of the site. And it does meet the boat regulation, everything for the current zoning district, which is CMU 3. It is compatible with the neighborhood and everything. Division of Planning and Development already recommended approval with conditions. Land Control Board also approved it with conditions. And then thereafter, DPD recommended rejection of the appeal of the overturn of the approval. And then it came back to us, back to committee and then council, and now it's back here at committee for final approval. And so, okay. So essentially what we're here for today is for a substitute resolution for approval. So essentially I have here in bold The existing conditions, not only the existing conditions that were already approved, but in bold, we have the changes that were made to the conditions for this application. So what we have here for condition number 1, no curb cut access is allowed on Shelby Drive. Number 2, this is a new condition. The following uses shall be prohibited: a lube, oil change facility, and a convenience store with gas pumps. And then number 3, any changes or deviations from the site plan upon the determination of the zoning administrator shall be submitted to the Land Use Control Board for review or administrative approval. And those are the conditions that are being made, and that is why we're here at committee today. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ford, how are you feeling about this?
Well, we met and those were the conditions. So it's all put in there. Right now, I'm all good with it. I think you talked to Dr. Williams. Yes. Y'all met everything, yes, and that was the most concern, lube, gas station, things like that. So that's out, so I think it's all good.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank
All
you.
those in
Thank you,
favor
Chair.
say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the aye that the ayes have it. All right.
Time, and would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, and Councilman Carlisle is present, and Chairman Canali.
Here. Chair observes a quorum.
And Spinoza is present as well.
Colleagues, members of the administration, members of the public that are joining us, I'm happy to announce and introduce some new faces in our office today. Miss Terranique Brown. Where's Terranique? Terranique is a legal professional with a Juris Doctor from Southern University Law Center with extensive experience in legislative drafting, policy analysis, and regulatory compliance. She has served as a legislative law clerk for the Tennessee General Assembly, providing legal research and analysis to support lawmakers, has a proven track record in government relations, stakeholder engagement, and strategic communication, and she will be working with Councilwoman White. We are pleased to have Terranique as a member of our team. She will truly be an asset. Colleagues, we have also added a new position to our council staff, which is going to be called a Council Communications Analyst, which will strengthen our own messaging, media coordination, and public engagement. Colleagues, I think it's very important that we tell our own story. I think there's a lot that is going on within our office, but also within our districts that the general public doesn't know about. And Mackenzie will be tasked with just that. She will go through and highlight each district and what each member is working on, but also small businesses within our communities that we want to highlight and show the general public what they're doing and why they love Memphis and why they chose Memphis. So we are also delighted to have her join our team. She has been in the news business, so will be the perfect fit for communications. She's been a public affairs assistant for Shelby County government and marketing leadership across nonprofit and corporate sectors. This position also builds on the increased effort to communicate with the public, led by former Chairman Councilman Smiley.
I was throwing shade, so thank you.
His leadership highlighted the importance of consistent, transparent communication with all of our citizens. The Council Communication Analyst role will provide additional resources to support, as I said, all council members in expanding engagement with residents and ensuring their voices are heard. So welcome. We are glad to have you. We have two items, colleagues, for our agenda today. Number one is the discussion of fiscal consent. All council districts requested by myself. I believe Ms. Cash would like to speak on one of the items.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and council members. My name is Ashley Cash. I'm Director for Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main. We are bringing for you all to accept and appropriate a grant opportunity from City Start. Let's see. There we go. We applied for this grant award earlier this year, and we were successful. It's $100,000 from the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund. Anthony Self, who is in the audience, is overseeing this grant, administering this grant, along with our Deputy Director, Felicia Harris. And really, it is to assist residents in financial empowerment towards securing housing, whether that's homeownership. Really, homeownership is the focus, but if people need assistance as they get their finances in order to be responsible renters as well, that's what this City Start is about. The funds will be used for a blueprint that outlines available resources and details what the City of Memphis and our partners can do, HCD is the lead in this project. However, we're working with other divisions and external stakeholders. We've been working with community affairs, youth services, police, fire, DPD, and I'm sure I'm missing some other internal divisions, and we've been working with a lot of external stakeholders. So we're just asking y'all to accept and appropriate this $100,000. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cash. Colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes, you were here earlier. Is this the same type of program that you talked about with the money being paid back?
This is a completely different program. So this is just a grant request. And the other, earlier, I was here for individuals who were in our down payment assistance program who sold their home early and had to repay a portion of those funds. But this is not connected.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else, colleagues? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cash. Moving on to item 2 is a transit update. All council districts were requested by the Transportation Committee. Attorney Wade, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess we need to start at the beginning. Back in May or June, the council appropriated $30.125 million to assist our transportation system. At the time, we had a consultant who was, I guess, operating MATA Transpro. And I think there was some concern by council members that we wanted more interaction or reporting to this body about how we were going about providing transportation to our citizens. During the first quarter of this fiscal year, our ability to get information was constrained, probably intentionally, to the point that we had some very tense discussions with the leadership at MATA about providing data to the council. You are the stewards of the $30.1 million, and you are elected. The people look to you for results. And quite frankly, the buses weren't running on time. They weren't running at all. They weren't running where they were supposed to be running. And there's a lot of noise, and forensic audits disclosed a lot of inappropriate spending that wasn't directed to the primary mission. And so a decision was made to let the Transpro contract expire. I think the board started to look for a new leader, but at the same time, the administration and this body was not satisfied with the direction of the organization. Primarily, its inability to achieve its core mission to make sure the buses ran. They ran on time and ran where they were supposed to run. So in essence, we weren't asked to participate directly in the process. And there is some thinking that we may want to repurpose or reimagine public transportation. That being the case, we needed to have more fiscal control over the money that we are providing to MATA. And so you asked the city attorney and me to try to direct us down a path where we may be able to reimagine what MATA will be. In the interim, however, we still need to fund certain operations and personnel activities, bus drivers primarily, to keep providing transportation to the citizens. But we wanted more accountability and more reporting and understanding about where the money was going. Because if your constituents ask you what was the money being spent on, you really couldn't tell them. And we couldn't tell them either. So the city attorney and I decided that probably what we'd like to do is put a structure in place that will primarily discharge your fiduciary duty to track our investment. And the vehicle that we came up with was to use a transportation funding trust through which all of our investment in MATA will be directed. This trust is created by statute. The statute gives you broad authority to create multiple transportation organizations, to franchise, to private, to do a whole lot of things. But what this does is create a mechanism by which we will direct our money into MATA. And it's to be managed by two trustees. One of the trustees is Roderick Holmes, who is presently the acting general counsel for MATA. He has extensive experience in transportation matters, and he has his feet on the ground already for MATA, and he will act as one of the trustees. He will act as the operating trustee. Walter Pearson, who is your CFO, will direct and handle the fiscal trustee matters, and he is the person who funds the $30 million right now, and he will be able to access all of the financial records of MATA that we have been unable to obtain, and he will be able to report not only to you but to the mayor and to the city attorney about the direction that we're going. Our money has been invested primarily for personnel thus far. I think maybe about $4 to $5 million has been directed to paying payroll. And so the way this will work is that we will continue to fund, but we will give direction as to how that money is to be spent. It's not just to be spent by the board or by some person they employ, but it's to be directed specifically for functions that matter. And the way that we had talked about for months is that these investments will be conditioned. They will be conditioned on being used for the purposes that we directed to be used for. We are not displacing the board. I mean, a lot of them resigned. That's unfortunate, and nobody's here to denigrate them. And, I wish they had stayed on and tried to help us, but they didn't. This is not to displace them, but this is only to control the money that we spend. So to the extent that the board decides that they don't like the direction or instructions that we give for the use of our money, then they won't get the money. So, and we want to put two people in place that will ensure that our money is spent the way we direct that it be spent. And so that's why we have this entity, which I think also gives the ability to raise, money from the business community to support public transportation. And probably it offers a vehicle that they can be assured that the money's not going to be wasted or stolen. Okay, so it has a lot of value. I think the ultimate goal is to obtain some consulting assistance to be able to say, how can we do this transportation business better than we've been doing it? And we have some experts that deal with logistics in our city already. We have the preeminent one, FedEx. We have a lot of I mean, I think even MLGW does logistics. So there's a lot of talent out there that we can draw from. And also, you know, there are some employees at MATA that actually day to day move transportation that have ideas about it. So, I mean, I think that's kind of what we need to do, and we need to have a nimble approach that people can make decisions quickly and directly and draw upon the talents that we have. So that's what I have suggested, and I think we have copies of the trust for each of you. I think what we should do is adopt the trust vehicle and approve the two trustees, and then start moving from there. So from that point of view, I'll entertain any questions that you might have. What?
Adopt the trust upstairs or downstairs?
You got to adopt it down there.
Okay, downstairs.
I'll give you a resolution.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Attorney Wade, thank you for that explanation. I just want to clarify some things because you went over a lot right there. This is not a private takeover of MATA.
No.
Okay, and we are going to continue to fund MATA at the $31.25 million that we put in the budget for public transportation throughout this year, right?
Yes.
We're just going to make sure that those funds go to things like buses and drivers and mechanics and not grizzly suites and trips to other countries, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we are, I like you said, saddened that some of the board members stepped down, but at a future time, we'll consider other appointments to that board. They'll come before us. That's up to the mayor, not up to us, right?
Right, and it's actually, I mean, we're not going to interfere with whatever plans they have.
Right.
They're just going to have to do it with their own money.
Right. So, I'll just say this for the record. I thought one of the best things that we did with the last board was have writers, that have real experience. So I hope to the administration, when you get to that point of appointing new people, you consider that. I've also talked to the administration about having dedicated funding in the future when things get stabilized, for example, using the wheel tax. And I believe the administration is also, agreeable to that, but we've kind of got to get our hands on exactly what's going on. So I'm just saying that for the record. I know that's one of the questions that Better Transit for Memphis. And I just want to thank Micah for showing up today and the Bus Riders Union. And Councilman Smiley for taking a bus ride with me a couple of weeks ago. I did my actual route that would be if I was to ride from my house to City Hall. It took us an hour and a half. And that's really I live at the very end of Memphis, so it's one end of Memphis to the other. And one of the concerns that's addressed here is one of my concerns too, and one that I will continue to highlight. I know Councilman Smiley saw this, which was there is some low-hanging fruit, like putting up signs at every location or cutting the grass that we can take care of. But what bothered me the most was we had one wheelchair on the bus, and we had to pass two others. And we didn't know when the next bus was going to come because, again, they don't run as frequently as we want them to. And they were outside without shelter. So I've already talked to Mr. Holmes about things like that and ADA compliance because we've got to serve the people who need this transit the most. So I will be in support of this new structure with those conditions that we're not making it private, that we're going to continue to fund MATA fully, and that we're going to be focusing on the rider experience, including those with ADA disabilities. I know that, and I received a lot of this information today, so I know a lot of people have reached out to me about what I know. I didn't know a lot of details to give you until today, but I am excited to see what public transportation can be in this city because I know we need it, and I'm grateful for your work, Mr. Wade, and for Ms. Gibson's work on finding us a path forward. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just
yes, sir.
comment. I mean, basically, the trust basically says that it does not dissolve any existing transportation system. Nothing shall be construed to create. I mean, we're protecting ourselves because, I mean, we can be sued for some of the transgressions. But I think the riders and all of the people that have an interest can still express themselves to the board, and that the board will have to collaborate with these trustees, essentially. So, I mean, I think that's still there. And I mean, unfortunately, there are people that left, but I think that can still happen. And then, you know, I think you have bus drivers too. I mean, so they have some exposure and some concerns. So, I mean, I think everybody has concerns. I mean, I'll just tell you, I mean, when I was 5, I think my mom drugged me on the bus everywhere. From the Walker homes downtown, everywhere. And so, I mean, I think it's ingrained in our city, but the experts have told us we are big, man. This is a big city. And so we've got to do something different because we can't keep doing the same thing and expect the buses to run any better than they're now. So that's kind of where we are.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. Colleagues, any other questions? So this will be a Councilman Carlisle.
Mr. Chairman, mine's mainly a parliamentary procedure, which we have a presentation. Is there a document that needs a motion?
It'll be a special item downstairs.
Okay, so we'll suspend
I'll
it
bring
and
you
add
a
it.
resolution.
Or can we just move to add the item captioned now?
We don't have a caption.
All right, so
We'll
we'll
make it
downstairs.
we'll make it a special item
Trust
downstairs.
and the trustees.
We got it.
All right. All right, colleagues, moving on to our add-ons. Those would be items 32 through 42 now. 32, a resolution to approve the appropriation of funds of $1,500,000 for Brooks Museum FY26 CIP project number PK24106, contract construction, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 33, a resolution to appropriate $500,000 in GEO bonds for Memphis Animal Shelter facility upgrades and the outfitting of MAS Animal Control Van, CIP GA01036, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. 34, resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $3,077,800 for CIPP non-CANA 66-inch. Project number SW24205 to fund emergency rehab of deteriorated sewer lines, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. A resolution to transfer and appropriate, 35, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $3,025,368.50 from drainage ST cover line project number ST02035 for upgrading the drainage system in the Morningside Place neighborhood, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. 36, a resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $920,109 for damage suffered to Bass Pros chillers number 2 and 3, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. 37, a resolution to allocate $15,000 annually for 5 years from solid waste community funds to Clean Memphis Incorporated, nonprofit agency, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. 38, a resolution to create an advisory board related to public use funds from artificial intelligence properties, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. There is a request for same night minutes. 39, a resolution to amend fiscal year 26 operating budget, all council districts, sponsored by Smiley, Swearingen, Washington, and myself. Request to add on to fiscal consent with same night minutes. Item 40, a resolution to exempt all employees of the Division of Finance of the City of Memphis as the city's municipal finance department from the civil service rules and regulations outlined in sections 3-8-2 through 3-8-6 of the Charter of the City of Memphis, pursuant to section 3-8-2 of the Charter of the City of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. 41, a resolution requesting that Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris convene a meeting of stakeholders to discuss the planned rebuild of Regional 1 Hospital, District 6, Super District 8. Requested by Councilman Warren. There is a request for same night minutes. Councilwoman, Vice Chair, JSW, you're recognized.
Yes, I would like to ask that number 41, item 41, be held so that we can have a full discussion on this item as requested by Regional 1, please.
Okay, there is a request to remove same night minutes
Chair,
from 41.
I would like to object to that request for a hold, as this has been delayed and delayed and delayed. Madam Vice Chair, please, please withdraw your request. I would appreciate that. And let's take it down and discuss it downstairs, if you would.
All right. So here's how this works. If there are 2 objections to hearing this same night minutes today, it is automatically moved to the next meeting. So, do we have an objection to moving this downstairs with same night minutes?
Yes. Bring second, then a second objection. Well, she made a motion to hold it. She was objecting, I'm sorry. Okay. I don't have a second objection.
No, you just have to.
2 objections.
Okay. There are 2 objections now to hearing this downstairs this evening with same night minutes, which automatically moves it to the September 22nd
Mr. Chair,
meeting. Yes,
what
sir.
that does is it stops this from occurring. Okay, and essentially that's what Mayor Harris has been trying to do for quite some time. And I don't really think that that's in our best interest. So it can go downstairs. It was supposed to go downstairs just to be heard. So if it goes downstairs without same night minutes, can it do that? What are the rules for that?
Well, the reason that it can't go down without same night minutes is because it was heard today. If it was heard last meeting, it would be on the regular agenda. But the only way to get it on the agenda at this point, since it was heard today in committee.
Who was the second objection?
Green.
Can she object if she's going to recuse herself later? Can we ask our lawyer about the
Attorney
ethics of
Wade,
that?
would you please opine?
I mean, I don't know anything about a recusal, but it's a procedural motion, so nobody's defeating anything or voting on anything. It's just
Well, I just think this is not the right way for us to go about doing this, because a lot of people think this needs to be discussed, and it's a procedural way to delay it. And if they're going to be spending $67 million on October 1st, and we are getting about asking them to have a meeting to try to delay that, that doesn't give people a lot of time to put that together. There are a lot of people that need to be there. And Madam Vice Chair, I really would appreciate if you would consider withdrawing this motion to hold. I think it's worth a discussion. The worst thing that can come out of this is there's a meeting that's held and everyone in the community now realizes we really need to build a new Regional 1 hospital. Because right now, building a new Regional 1 hospital is the best thing in the world for Regional 1, but it may not be the best thing for our whole community with everything else we have, and it hasn't been discussed. And to have that discussed, I think, is a very important thing, and this is delaying a discussion in such a way that we'll be putting $100 million in the ground, and there will not be any money coming from the state, and there's not going to be any money coming from philanthropy. And if we don't at least make them talk about it, and we let them continue to delay it like they've been doing by ignoring this, we'll not be doing our duty, I think, as elected officials. So I don't know what they're scared of.
I hear you, Councilman Warren. I don't mean to cut you off.
Chair.
All due respect, though, we can't make them do anything.
You know, we
It's
can't,
only
but
a-
we can ask them to do that. And all we're doing is delaying an ask. And that is politics at its worst. When what we can do is we can bring this out where people can see it. And, you know, people have been called to ask to do this. And I really don't think we should be doing it this way.
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm just calling it for what I see it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Green?
Chair, I just want to say, I agree. I think there needs to be a full discussion. That's why I think Region 1 needs to be here. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I think the council needs to hear both sides of this. We can't, if they need.
Region 1 was here this morning. And Van was here this morning, and if they wanted to be here, we could have a discussion downstairs when we vote, and we could ask them to talk.
My understanding from the vice chair is they have asked for time to get people here. So I am just saying it's a procedural vote, and I think you are right. People need to hear it, and they need to ask questions, but they need to have everybody present. That's all.
So I guess my question is, are they going to hold spending $67 million October 1st? Because what Dr. Coopwood told me, because I've talked to him about this, is that if the mayor would call a meeting, he would go. Okay, but he's going to spend that money October 1st.
Well, I can't speak for what Mayor Harris is going to do or not do, and I'm not here to do that, especially as a council person. Again, I think having someone from the administration here who represents the administration would be best, and that can be done at the date that Vice Chair asked for.
Again, okay. It's damaging. This is not good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Can I just get some clarity here? So we're just holding it until 2 weeks. And this is going to bring all the stakeholders and all the players an opportunity to come before this body. Am I correct?
I will not be here in 2 weeks.
Oh, you'll be.
I'll be gone.
That's right.
I'm going to be gone in 2 weeks. That's another reason. I will not be here to talk about it. I am out of town. I'll be at a wedding in Spain. So we're delaying it, which essentially means we're not going to do it. So I respectfully ask you to withdraw your hold, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Warren. Moving on to item 42 is a resolution to approve the trust and trustee agreement. All council districts sponsored by Transportation Committee. All right. Same night minute items are, do we need same night minutes on that? Okay. 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 20, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 42.
We just killed 42.
But I'm going to leave it on as 42.
Yeah. Oh, you want to leave? You won't be at 41.
At 41, I'm sorry. Okay. Item 22 is withdrawn. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, would you like to speak to that, please?
I would like to. Thank you, Chair. At this time, I am formally requesting the withdrawal of my ordinance to create a framework for environmental reform in the city of Memphis. While I continue to believe that a comprehensive environmental reform is both necessary and urgent for our city, I also recognize that such efforts must be rooted in through research, stakeholder engagement, and collaboration across departments and communities. After listening to feedback and evaluating the complexity of the issue involved, I've determined that additional time is needed to strengthen the proposal. This extra time will allow for deeper consultation with environmental experts, community leaders, and city staff to ensure that the framework will ultimately put forward is effective. Environmental justice and sustainability remains top priorities for me. And I want to ensure that any ordinance we bring forward reflects the best data, the clearest goals, and the strongest support. I appreciate the feedback I've received from my colleagues and the community thus far, and I look forward to continuing this important work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That was well said. Item 23 will be held till September 23rd, and item 24 will be held until October 21st. Does anybody else have anything else before executive? Okay,